Section 40, the Town of Rowley Wetlands Protection Bylaw and the Stormwater Management and Erosion Control Bylaw. And I'll call the roll for attendance. Dave Monaco. Bob Garner. Here. Judy Keys.
Here.
Sam Strife.
Here.
Arthur Page.
Here.
Kurt Turner.
Here.
Howard Vogel.
Here.
We have a quorum present, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Okay, the first item is 7:30, administrative, payroll, vendor bills, etc.
Any request authorization of payroll? Reimbursement of money for postage. Good. And this is the backup receipt. The next administrative item is to request the commission review and consider approval of the description of the secretary. That was passed around to you in your packet. It was also emailed a number of days ago. I met with the personnel board this morning and gained their approval contingent upon the commission's ratification. The motion to approve this evening of the secretary's.
Other than the cookies being absent, did you have any other?
I have a question here. It says at the top of this, bargaining unit position grade 4. Does this mean that the person hired has to be a member of the union or a union?
Yes, it is a union position.
Why is that? Why doesn't the person have a choice?
Force is greater and more powerful than we can make that decision.
No, I don't quite.
It apparently is how the position was before, and therefore do not have to open this up to any type of. You know, the position existed, and we're utilizing the existing position, only the slight amount of the verbiage in the job description. It was really rather minor. I think most of the changes were conservation administrator was changed to conservation agent. That was actually most of the words. There was a couple of other things.
I think it's coercive. The person has to join a union.
I believe it's like that in any of the non-elected positions that we were employed by the town.
Well, I consider it unfortunate and I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Anybody else have a question? How about any of the other duties or accuracy or anything?
That's fine.
Anybody else? Anybody from the audience? Or? this as it was proposed.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. One abstain.
Yep. Thank you. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I request your signature and date on that, so I may turn that in and initiate advertising of the position.
When will that start?
Tomorrow at some point. Excellent. It's ready. I'll be requested to let the town administrator know first thing tomorrow morning what the decision of the commission is. Thank you very much. And the other items are not necessarily time sensitive. Since Vanessa Johnson Hall is here.
Yes. Which is 7:35, and I don't believe there's gonna be anybody waiting to oppose it, so yes. That will bring us to the 7:35 item, is the presentation of the Mahaffey Farm project and status. Vanessa Johnson Hall of the Essex County Greenbelt will take it from there.
Thank you. I'm going to pass out copies of the maps that I have up here, just so that it's a little easier to see. Sometimes it's hard to see the details on those posters. So, since I last met with you, we have reached an agreement with the Mahaffeys and the Tennys, who co-own this property. As a reminder, this is an 88.4 acre property that is owned in the Mahaffey-Tenney Trust. It's split evenly between two wings of the family. The Tennys and the Mahaffeys have been on this farm for over 200 years, since the early 1800s, so it's a multi-generational farm. It connects to Willowdale State Forest and to Georgetown Valley State Forest on this side, and the back is Cleveland Farm State Forest, and there are trails actually through, these are private inholdings, privately owned inholdings that lead to these properties, as well as trails from the Mahaffey Tenney land itself leading to Willowdale State Forest. So we, being the Department of Conservation, Recreation, and Greenbelt, have reached an agreement with the family to preserve the entire property. It's a complicated transaction, so I'm going to try to distill it down to its elements, and just stop me or raise your hand if you don't understand something. This is something that certainly hurt our heads as we were going through the process and trying to figure out, but we think it's a good plan that we have right now. So step one is that the Department of Conservation and Recreation is going to acquire about 53 acres of the back portion of the property connecting to Georgetown Valley State Forest and Willowdale State Forest. And that's going to happen by the end of this month. The DCR funding goes away after this month, so they had to close on that portion this fiscal year. So DCR is acquiring that 53 acres for $350,000. And as I said, that'll happen by the end of the month. So on the upper right hand of your maps, you'll see little dates here. So as of July 1, the land will then look like this. What's happening is the trust is dissolving, and the Mahaffeys are effectively taking their share of the inheritance of this whole property in land, and the Tennys are taking their share in cash. And the cash is coming through these two transactions. So the first transaction is, as I mentioned, the Department of Conservation and Recreation acquiring the backland. And so on July 1 of this year, the property will look like this, where this is a continuation of the state forest land. The Tennys are then going to own about 28 acres in yellow. The Mahaffeys are going to own a 2.5 acre parcel that includes the home site. That's what will happen as of July 1. As of July 1, we will also have a signed purchase and sale agreement with the Tennys to acquire a conservation restriction on this whole piece for $450,000. A second later, after we buy that conservation restriction from the Tennys, the Mahaffey's will get the underlying fee. So they will have until June 30th of 2017 to raise the $450,000 to acquire that conservation restriction. So when that happens, as of June 30th, 2017, the land will look like this, where everything in yellow will be owned by the Mahaffey's, including this piece in the middle. There will be a conservation restriction on 28.8 acres, I think, if I'm remembering, and an excluded area around the part of the property that's most intensely used where they live, where the home site is, where Louise Mahaffey lives right now, in the barn, and so on and so forth. So the acquisition of the conservation restriction will be to protect all 28.8 acres. The DCR acquisition, and this will also be reiterated in the conservation restriction, includes public access, a right-of-way up the driveway, the Mahaffey's driveway. And for any of you who've been to the property, there's actually there's a system of farm roads, and public access will be allowed along those farm roads to get to which connect to trails at Willowdale State Forest. I think there's also a trail out here that continues here. This is pretty wet up here, so there's not really anything to access up there. But this is all high and dry and beautiful forest land with stone walls, and the public will be able to access that forever, which is wonderful. We were hoping to resubmit our application to the Community Preservation Committee for, initially we had proposed $350,000 of the $450,000 acquisition. Greenbelt would commit to raising $100,000. I did propose that to the selectmen last night, and the response, I think they're concerned about competing obligations for the town and limited Community Preservation Act funds. So that may not be the amount that the town contributes, if any at all. We would love for the town to be our partner in preserving Mahaffey Farm at some amount. In exchange, the town would then, of course, be a co-holder in the conservation restriction on the property. It's a phenomenal farm. Again, for those of you who haven't been there, it's family run. It's really unique in that their kids are involved, and that's really unusual. Farm succession is a really challenging component of farming these days. Most farmers don't have kids who want to keep the farm going, and in this circumstance, the Mahaffey's two grown sons are very active in managing the farm and want to keep it going for their lifetimes. They farm it organically. The conservation restriction will preserve their ability to farm that land and expand some fields if they need to. They can harvest timber in the forested area, all according to a timber management plan. So the conservation restriction will guarantee that this property is always sustainably used and will always be available for farming, and will again guarantee that public access as well through the farmland. Now, the other opportunity that I presented to the selectmen last night and that I wanted to present to you tonight is the opportunity to apply for a state land grant. It's the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs offers several grant programs. The land grant, it's an acronym for Land Acquisition for Natural Diversity grant, which can be used for acquiring open space lands, including conservation restrictions and including conservation restrictions on farmland. That grant is technically the Conservation Commission that has to be the applicant on that grant. That grant would reimburse the purchase price up to 58% of the purchase price. So that grant is our largest potential funding source for this acquisition, and only the town can qualify for those funds. Now, I will say that we have experience working with towns where the towns were not comfortable contributing any funding, And they acted and so we came up with all of the funding for the town to acquire the property. And the town was still awarded the grant, and then the money then ends up reimbursing us for part of our cost, but the town's net cost is zero. But some key points about this land grant: one, it's due July 13th. Two, Greenbelt, I am offering to provide all of the grant materials to the town, so that whoever is designated the project manager at the town their work will be minimized to the extent possible. We'll write the grant and provide all the supporting documentation. 3, applying for the grant does not obligate the town to go through with this, to do this project. It mainly opens up the opportunity, because it's a big decision to make for the town and for the selectmen, and I wouldn't expect them to decide that necessarily in time to submit the grant. But what is needed is a vote from the selectmen and from the Conservation Commission to authorize the town to apply for the grant, and authorize a project manager to apply for the grant on behalf of the town, and the project manager would be, a town employee. Of course, for an acquisition, a town meeting vote would be needed. Again, the vote on the town meeting warrant can be, 1, it can be contingent upon getting the grant funds, and 2, it really authorizes the town to do it. It doesn't obligate the town to participate in the acquisition. And 3, if the town decides that they are unable to contribute any funds through it, then our obligation would be then to increase our fundraising and to do everything we can to come up with the funding for the town to acquire this conservation restriction. And even if the town didn't end up putting any funding, by the mere fact that there's a town vote and the town would receive the land grant, they would be a co-holder on this conservation restriction. That's a lot of information.
Just going backwards a little bit.
Yeah.
So right now, obviously the state, that's going ahead. So now we're looking at this. So what is the deal that's been made with the families at this point in terms of on the conservation restriction? Is there a time frame where that, if something doesn't happen, it falls apart? Or?
Yeah, so we will have a year, basically, to raise the funds to acquire the conservation restriction. We'll be signing a purchase and sale agreement with the Tennys and the Mahaffey's to acquire the conservation restriction.
So you'll do that?
Yes, so we will hold that purchase and sale agreement.
And then if you do not come up with the funding, the deal just falls apart?
The deal falls apart, yeah. And we have an appraisal in process that has found that even this remaining land could be divided into 7 separate housing lots. And, I think it's fair to say that it would be very difficult for the Mahaffey's to hang on to this land in the current state it is without, us being able to acquire that conservation restriction. They would be forced to sell.
Anybody else have any questions?
I guess so then, to file this for the land grant, you're saying that the work that would have to be done to do that filing, which has to occur by July, whatever it is, 99% of that would be approved?
Yeah.
And then Brent would be the other person who has to be involved to help you get the filing?
Yeah, I think Brent would work with Debbie at the town, Debbie Egan, the town clerk, to do it. But I guess since the Conservation Commission is technically the applicant for the grant, it would probably make sense for Brent to be the designated project manager. But I have assured him that I will
What do you feel about that?
minimize.
Well, in that time, by July 13th, we'd have to have that in. But
Yep.
And meanwhile, you'd have to have first approval by the selectmen. They didn't give it to you last night, I take it.
No, they wanted to find out some more information about the amount that's remaining in the Community Preservation Act fund, and they wanted a chance to look over the grant. But again, we're not looking for the selectmen to vote to help us acquire this property right now, at least not at any particular number. We're just looking for the authority to file the grant, to apply for this grant.
Yeah, that's it.
But if I understood you, Vanessa, correctly, you said that before this July 13th date, you would need a vote of the ConCom to approve going for the grant, and the Board of Selectmen also to approve going for the grant, regardless of, anything else.
Yes, and I'll be going back to the Board of Selectmen Monday night. They deferred a decision until next Monday evening.
How would you determine, or let me phrase this differently, do you have to submit a dollar figure in this grant as to what you're applying for?
Yes, but what the dollar figure that the way the grant would be written is that the purchase price is $450,000. So that the town would be eligible then, if they receive the grant, to receive 58% of that reimbursed to them after the acquisition. However, the grant doesn't have to state that the town has to be the one to come up with that money. It just says, we can supply the town, if we're able to raise that amount of money, we can structure the town meeting warrant, we can structure the whole transaction. This is what we've done before, where private funds that we gather are then given to the town to do the acquisition, and then all the paperwork can be filed appropriately with the grant for the state reimbursement.
This has been going on for some time, and the Community Preservation Act Committee, of which I represent the Conservation Commission on, met previously on this and liked the proposal. The selectmen did not like it initially because they felt they were surprised by it and they didn't have enough forewarning with regard to it, so there's been a lot more fleshing out of the details which have changed somewhat. But I think the basic proposal is still in place, and I think it makes sense from a conservation standpoint that we support the effort to get the grant. And as Vanessa has pointed out, we're not obligated to commit any money at this point in time, and we'll have to get more feedback from the selectmen with regard to the money itself, and at some point the Community Preservation Act Committee will have to reconsider the matter and determine whether there is sufficient funding to do that, at least in some amount, perhaps not what was originally requested. So I would move that Conservation Commission support the filing of a grant application.
Well, here's a second. Well, before we even, does anybody else have anything they want to see? What I was just telling Kurt on is our next meeting is the 12th. You can't, why shoot yourself in the foot? So this is not going to commit us or the town or anything, but because I'm afraid that it's going to the public, it's going to look like somebody's trying to rush something under the table, But I think we have to entertain this.
It gives the selectmen at least 2 more meetings, assuming they're going to continue to meet every Monday.
Why wouldn't we approve this? I'm just trying to is there
Well,
something here that
as a conservation person,
as a taxpayer.
Look what's
As a
going on in the town.
I'm gonna put on the
now.
I'm gonna ignore my taxpayer hat. Why is it conservation?
No, this is the type of stuff that we would like.
Yeah, that's what
Obviously.
I'm wondering. Is there anything here that
But
is a red flag?
We have no fire department, we have no police department, that's the reality part of it. But
Well, if I could clarify that, as a taxpayer, Community Preservation Act funds cannot be used for certain purposes, and that's for police stations and fire stations.
Right.
I'm not even sure about town elevators in this building.
right.
But there is money that is available through a surcharge on the tax bills, and it's matched to some extent historically from the state, so it's a pool of money that keeps growing from that standpoint, and it really doesn't hurt taxpayers per se, because all of that is already in place. It's nothing additional on the taxpayer.
Your vote this evening, if I understood the presentation correctly, is actually not to authorize any commitment of financial resources of the town. It's actually an important opportunity to keep this in play. There technically is really no, other than some managerial time, there really isn't any commitment of funds. And also, this portion of town does not have any conservation restricted property on it. The only presence in this portion of town of conserved open space is the state forest, to be honest with you. You have to go over to Forest Ridge, frontage on Newburyport Turnpike, to run into CR restricted property in that direction. The other direction, you have to go up to the Boxford Road, Pingree Farm area where we have CR protected open space there. And then there's the property behind Kathleen's Circle, and behind Wilson Pond, there's some backland in there that is open space that is under the ownership and control of the conservation restriction, but it is not publicly accessible. So it would seem from a standpoint in terms of if the commission is concerned about dedication of resources or municipal funds, that this is kind of an easy decision. This allows a grant application to go forward under the auspices of the town. It doesn't obligate the town to put up any monies either now or later on if the decision is made that way, but it does allow us to proceed with an opportunity and possibly get state grant funding for this initiative that, again, is in a portion of the town that doesn't have a lot of prior conservation restricted area.
Okay. So do I have a second on?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I guess it's technically the Board of Selectmen who would authorize Brent to be the project manager. I don't know if a vote from the ConComm might help that
Brent,
specifically.
how are you with that right now?
Well, actually, technically, I believe I primarily serve the Conservation Commission, but I do also serve the Board of Selectmen.
There wouldn't be that much work before January, yeah, okay, so that
I believe from your discussion this evening that you, in a sense, would also be comfortable if it ends up that I am designated project manager for this.
No problem. I was gonna ask if you needed help or wanted another committee member to assist, but if it doesn't have to be done before then, chances are you're gonna have help.
Yeah,
So
well, let's see what it looks like. I'm sure Vanessa will bless me with all the paperwork. I'll see what
I'll make it very clear the limited amount that you have to do. Hopefully it'll just be getting some signatures and that's it.
Commissioner uses more than 100-foot roll of sign here stickers on the wall.
Yeah. No, we have a good relationship with the state, with this office.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just share with me whatever you need me to quote unquote write up in terms of memorializing this.
Okay, I will do that. Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, this brings us to the 7:45. This is a legal notice for the Raleigh Conservation Commission in accordance with the Wetland Protection Act, Mass General Law 131, Section 40, as amended by the Town of Raleigh Wetlands Protection Bylaw. The public hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 21st, 2016, at 7:45 p.m. at the Town Hall Annex located at 39 Central Street to consider the request of the determination of the applicability for the application filed by Brian Hopkins for proposed soil evaluation design of subsurface sewage disposal system within 100 feet of buffer zone to the salt marsh land subject to coastal storm flowage and the ACEC at 45 Stackyard Road, map 33, parcel 16 in Rowley, Mass. You've got the floor.
For the record, my name's Bob Gressel from engineering. We're trying RDA to conduct soil testing with the Board of Health to replace an existing septic system facility. The project's located at 45 Stackyard Road. It's an existing one-bedroom dwelling. It's serviced by a private well, overhead electric, and existing sanitary facility outside the house.
i.e. outhouse.
That's what I said to my wife.
Slash cesspool.
Laughed when I read that.
Slash cesspool. We had the actually salt marsh, part of the Great Marsh, delineated by Norris Environmental flags 1A through 48A. It's 5 acres, basically it's all marsh. It's also located, it's subject to the coastal storm flowage and located in the AC, it's the Great Marsh AC, DC. The first yellow line is the 50-foot salt marsh setback, and the second yellow line is the 100-foot salt marsh setback, which is located definitely off the site. The existing facility, septic facility, is located right here in orange on the side of the house. We're proposing is a dirt driveway that's for the property right now. It's not gravel, it's not even paved, it's just dirt.
Have photographs the commission can look at that I've taken in the past.
What we're proposing to do is do two deep holes and one perk test outside the 50-foot marsh setback, shown in orange right here, witnessed by the Board of Health, to design a one-bedroom design for the existing dwelling. So proposing to, and then if we do get any favorable soil testing, we'll go with a full notice of intent for the septic system design.
Anybody have any questions as explained so far?
If it's not a, if it doesn't perk, it becomes a holding tank
Yes.
type thing.
The house is vacant now, the owner is actually in a nursing home. The family's trying to sell the property just to get some funds for nursing home costs.
Yeah.
Do they own any land at all across the way? I thought that one did.
That was given to the Mass Auto on the side.
He's a former selectman, isn't
Yep.
Actually, the Linda Hopkins Trust owns the
Yeah,
next
they
property
own-
going to the east.
On this side.
Is that bordering by any upland at all?
Greenbelt. They have some up in here, it's an old barn.
There's another, dilapidated, there's two dilapidated structures.
right
How long
here.
ago did they give the land across the street?
I don't have it, I have the book and page, across this one.
Yeah.
That was the book and page.
That was 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, it
so
wasn't
fairly
very long
recent.
ago. Is that-
It's 33,000.
Well, I remember getting a call from them,
Yeah.
and they had sent someone around to, quote unquote, do an
Greenbelt.
appraisal.
On this side, they own it back from a parcel, and they own this parcel also, Hopkins, State.
All right.
So anyway, I didn't have an opportunity to prepare a memo, but I did distribute to the commissioners suggested conditions. The site, as well as being relatively level, also the area proposed for the soil evaluations is the part that quote unquote has been sort of considered yard or front lawn or whatever, although it isn't really lawn. Mostly, I think, because of the health of the occupant has curtailed a lot of outdoor activities that might have normally manicured the place. The proposal of actually digging the soil evaluations is probably going to remove one tree, small diameter, I think it was 4 to 5 inches at the most. The property is dominated by large mature oaks, greater than 16 to 18 inches in diameter, so the removal of the one small tree in the frontage is not going to be too much of a negative impact, and so therefore, if the commission wishes to so choose, if there aren't any other concerns, I would suggest a negative determination, option number 3, with the suggested conditions that distributed on the memo, which basically are our standard conditions: spill containment kit, erosion controls available but not necessarily involved, installed because the site is level.
And this will just be.
Yeah, and the hose will probably open for an hour or two, and then we're gonna backfill it and level it
Yeah,
out.
because it is coastal land subject to flooding, they actually do have to backfill, they can't create any mounding areas
Yeah.
or change any elevation there, so that is not authorized through this.
Do I hear such a motion for the?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, you might want to check if there's anyone in the audience who.
Is there anybody here that has a question or would like to add anything to this? Okay. Do I hear such a motion? For the-
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, that's set quite a long time.
Yeah. You gonna mail that to me, or?
Yep. If you'd like it mailed to you, I can mail it to you, or I can mail it to
How
Mr.
about
Hopkins.
copies, yes.
You want me to mail it to Mr. Hopkins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
This is going to bring us to 8 p.m. This is a legal notice for the Raleigh Conservation Commission in accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Law 131, Section 40, as amended by the Town of Raleigh Wetlands Protection Bylaw. A public hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 21st, 2016, at 8 p.m. at the Town Hall Annex, located on 39 Central Street, to consider the request for the determination of the applicability of the application filed by Essex County Greenbelt Association for proposed invasive plant control methods possibly within bank, pond, land, and areas subject to flooding, land under waterways, bordering vegetated wetlands, and the 100-foot buffer zone of bordering vegetated wetlands at 843 Havel Street, map 4, parcel 42, and 302 Dodge Road, map 10, parcel 5, lot A7, owned by Essex County Greenbelt Association and the Tompkins DeJardis Trust, respectively, in Raleigh. You have the floor.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Maggie Brown. I'm here because I'm with Essex County Greenbelt, and we have an annual volunteer work event involving pulling the invasive species water chestnut from these two upper and lower mill ponds in Raleigh. And I'm here because a approval determined in 2013, applied for by my predecessor, Danny Christopher, expired after its 3-year term. And we would like to continue with the work event. We think it's produced positive results since not us, but the New England Wildflower Society started doing it in 2002. And we think that it is worthy of continuing.
Right, well, we're very much for this type of thing, so I don't know if anybody has any questions, or anybody from the audience has any questions. Have you been making headway on this, on the project in the past?
I believe so, yeah.
We
What
found,
is it?
we
Yeah,
found
Brent
pictures
showed
from
me some great
2002, we
Yeah.
found some photographs from 2002
Yeah.
that show the portion of Upper Mill Pond down to Herrick's Dam, one solid mass
Oh, yeah.
of water chestnuts.
Now,
You could almost walk on them. if
so
they
you haven't
were-
been on
if
there
they were
since
sustained.
2002?
No, but we just happened to find the picture. Yes, they have. This is a continuing process of basically control by attrition, continually removing the plant, removing the seed source is slowly having a detrimental impact on the reproductive capacity of the water chestnuts. And so they also aren't covering the surface, which is a detrimental impact to
Other native?
other things, photosynthesis going on in the water, as well as It was speculated originally that these water chestnuts, which before had, I think, only been found down in the Concord River area, were possibly hitchhiked on ducks on their under feathers and ended up here in Upper Mill Pond because the discovery was, well, obviously the infestation had gotten to a significant level when it was discovered, but I guess it wasn't anticipated that they would hitchhike on mallards as easily as the seeds do.
All right, so in this case, it would be I want to hear a motion to approve of such a.
So you do have a memo in regard to this. There has been a slight modification in regards to, we found Maggie was doing, I asked Maggie to do the reconnaissance. We did connect for an actual site visit and found that there's a downed tree on the Tompkins Gardens Trust property where the canoes go in. So there was a request to trim a branch to allow a free access, and so suggested condition number 3, which already called for minimal pruning and trimming, now recognizes the downed tree, branches, and then states the shrubs and saplings in the understory in order to facilitate canoe launching and the unloading areas. The water chestnuts are deposited in the canoe by hand and then unloaded and hauled over 100 feet away into the upland area and spread on the ground where they desiccate and slowly decompose and turn into a hooky gooey mass after approximately a year and a half to 2 years. Yeah, they're rather tough little plant. You have to use gloves to handle them because they got these spikes on them. They're not friendly at all.
Is there any indication that these water chestnuts spread to any other ponds or water bodies in the area?
Have you noticed anything in the other areas surrounding?
I certainly haven't. I don't live in this town. I'd be interested.
We don't know, but that's another reason kind of why you have these volunteer efforts, because then you end up educating. Most of the people who participate in this are relatively active outdoors people that canoe and kayak in the water bodies and rivers and the marsh, and so we haven't had any reports of any other. Good question.
Just for my own identification, are these ponds ever open for canoeing?
I'm sorry?
Are these ponds open to canoeing for other people?
Upper Mill Pond certainly is. Now, Lower Mill Pond is not, because there's only private property. One could ask permission of the private property owner, but there's no established land.
Because that comes right down to Dodge Road, right? And there's a little dam there.
Yeah.
Some kind of thing.
Okay, do I hear a motion to accept this?
Well, issuance.
With the issuance of the
Close the
current
matter
conditions.
and issuance of negative determination options number 2 and 3 with conditions as
For how long?
3 years.
Yeah, it was 3 years.
Standard district.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
All right.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Start
Thank you
pulling.
very much. Yeah.
Who was the first one?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You can always count on him. That's the way I look at it.
Would you like to keep these?
Oh, yeah, I have to, that's part of the record.
Fantastic. All right, thank you all.
Good night.
Yeah. I go right by and I look up those ponds. Ponds. Whoa.
About this whole thing?
Not just
Setbacks.
rebards.
Setbacks.
Yeah.
We will drive in the future. I wonder how long it is.
I'm not familiar with them. I haven't dealt with them.
Right next to the golf course. Have you done one, is that?
Conservation district, golf
New,
course.
so I was working in Natick.
They seem to have.
Yeah, but that's
taken off
nowhere near close to.
Big garage, and a 16 wheel.
No,
But
the
yes,
same
there is.
stream.
Most beautiful on the way.
Someone who lives around east and west.
Okay, yeah, oh, thank you.
We don't know what they have right
I
now.
believe
No,
Green-
I'm west, I consider that southwest.
I believe Greenbelt does have access to the boat. There's a gate going in on the far side.
They do get the.
I went in there, you were taking down Beaver Dam there.
Lower? Not me.
I thought that, I thought it was trustees or somebody had it.
I don't think so. I mean, I'll look, but I don't
I
think
made
so.
a mistake.
Now, Mr. Chairman,
Just
the
read.
next item is continued, so you could read the agenda, but I didn't know whether there also has not been final resolution on the bylaw fee, so I'm going to defer to you as to whether you wish to entertain that first, or we also have our independent consultant, Lisa Phillips,
All right, let me read this,
Sure.
and we'll ask them which order they want to go. Okay. This brings us to the 8:15 item. We're actually staying on time. Continued notice of intent on 414 Havel Street, map 14, parcel 34, lot 1, gateway to trust of 1997, John Coughlin, proposed construction of 2 commercial buildings, 3,750 and 13,930 square feet, stormwater facilities, parking area, utilities, grading, and wetland replication, possibly within 100-foot buffer zones bordering vegetated wetlands, isolated vegetated wetlands, DEP approved groundwater protection, area zone 2, and isolated vegetated wetland. And who would want to go first on this?
We're gonna want to ride, he's back to Sudbury, maybe let her go first.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't,
No, I think
I
that
have a
makes
feeling it
sense.
makes sense for you.
Oh, you want me to
Would
go?
you rather I go first? That's fine.
Oh,
Well,
I don't-
but the presentation.
Do you
I
wanna
would
go to
give
feet first, or-
probably be-
In response to?
would be
We're gonna have
my
to hear it all.
response to you.
Okay, all right.
Because
No,
we've
it
already
hasn't
opened
been
the public
resolved.
hearing.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Well, I'm gonna have to hear everything, but, so which one's gonna go first?
I guess I will.
Okay.
For the record, I'm Lisa Eggleston, Eggleston Environmental. I'm a professional engineer, and I'm here representing the board or conducting a peer review for the Conservation Commission. I did review the application. I assume you have seen the
I believe all the commissioners have
Yes.
your.
Okay, the comment letter that I had. I don't know how much detail you want me to go through on this, but I will tell you that the gist of my comments were having to do with making sure that all of the tributary area that drains onto this site is accounted for, and that drainage is being appropriately handled. So I had some questions and concerns about that, particularly coming off of Haverhill Street and the adjacent dental property. And then, because they're proposing infiltration of stormwater, that needs to be set back 50 feet from the wetland. And I had some concerns about the soil testing, and just the nature of the soils in that area, and just making sure that it's suitable and consistent with the design assumptions. I had a couple of comments about the bioretention basin design, and part of this is the fact that this, and I will say that the applicants did not take credit for it as an infiltration device. They didn't need to take credit for it as an infiltration device. But I made the comment that because this project is in a Zone 2 watershed area, that maybe it could be designed to allow infiltration and I guess enhance the groundwater recharge that's provided. So that's what those comments are related to. And then some of these are somewhat technical. Let me see, how the storm scepter is sized, and those are supposed to be offline units typically, depending on the runoff calculations. And then I just had some suggestions on the O&M plan.
Lisa, would you explain offline to the commission,
Okay.
please?
Okay. Well, these proprietary separators are, most of them are built with internal overflow weirs. But depending on how they're sized, if they're sized to treat a water quality flow, they generally don't have the capacity to handle a large storm. And in fact, some testing has shown, like up at UNH Stormwater Center, they've done testing where they've basically determined that They get very good removal rates if they're in line, if all of the flow goes through. I'm sorry, if they're offline, if only the low flows go through, but that the higher storms are allowed to bypass. And particularly where these units are placed up gradient of a detention system, so you're routing your large storms to that system, that's a concern, and that's why DEP has indicated that they should be offline. So, I'm happy to answer questions. I will say that I did speak with the applicant's engineers last week. We had a telephone conference call and went through a lot of the comments and clarified some of the things and so forth, so I'm assuming that they'll be able to tell you how they're addressing it.
Okay.
Is that
We've not received a response.
No, you're about to.
Okay.
That doesn't really allow, submittals are supposed to occur prior to the hearing,
I understand.
especially since we rescued your stuff instead of selling it at our yard sale table, since you left it with the Board of Health last night.
Have we received comments from the planning board?
Oh, that I
Because of plans, and this would be some written responses there as well.
Okay.
And I do completely understand. Lisa was good enough to, Charlie Waverty and Associates. Lisa was good enough to get us her review, at the end of the day last Tuesday, so we immediately on Wednesday, spent time looking at it, thinking about it, and investigating a lot of the issues that she brought up, and she was good enough to speak to us on Thursday.
Did you get an agreement with it, or?
I think that probably the most important discussion we had was around the soil testing and trying to determine what the proper groundwater was. And I think we came to an agreement on that, at least that was my understanding. Most of the issues that she brought up, we've incorporated those into our design. They were, so for example, Lisa had brought up the issue of the rain garden and trying to promote a little bit more infiltration out of it than what we were providing for. And it was really just a very simple fix of there's some crushed stone and a pipe at the bottom of the outlet. And what she had suggested was that that pipe, instead of just going directly out, that it actually have a little elbow in it, so that water has to go up and push its way out, so to speak, so that any water that's below that elbow gets recharged to the ground. Very simple idea, and we obviously incorporated that right into our design. We moved the detention basin was just slightly into the 50-foot setback, so we slid that over and got that out of the setback. There was some of the, it turned out that a portion of Havel Street, as well as some of the land from the dental clinic next door, both drain onto our site, and we hadn't accounted for that. So we've adjusted our drainage report, which is going to be printed tomorrow, and we'll get that to you. But and the reason why this is last minute, because we were literally working on this right up until early this evening, and these are hot off the press, because we weren't keeping this to ourselves. We're literally just completing.
That's okay. We'll give it the attention it deserves for a late file.
So there was verified with the building roof drain. It wasn't clear within our drainage report. The intention is to run that roof drain, through the closed drainage system. We also introduced, as Lisa was good enough to just discuss about doing an offline storm scepter, and we've introduced that into our design. We did discuss the infiltration rate on the basin in the back, and we are using it's the highest rate for sand, 8.27. I think Elise can speak for herself, but I believe that her concern was if we spread loam at the bottom of that we may be inhibiting the ability of that sand to accept that stormwater. So we've incorporated a stone trench into the basin, so that we can make sure that we get the infiltration rate that we say we're getting. I think as Lisa mentioned, some of it was somewhat technical. I think we've addressed all of her issues. There was some changes to the O&M she suggested. I mean, there was nothing here that I thought was, I thought all of her suggestions were improvements. I thought it was
Could you, maybe if you just explain, in terms of the soil, and what you described to me was the soil conditions in the area of that
Sure.
infiltration basin, because, there were some anomalies in where the estimated seasonal high groundwater was.
Sure.
And the fact that there's an adjacent wetland and sandy soils, usually it's fairly commensurate, so.
Right.
I think you had a very good explanation.
Yeah, it's when you stand back and you look at the geology of the site, it makes sense that, and there was one soil test that was right in the middle that didn't seem to make sense. It was calling for a groundwater that was several feet higher than everything else that we found on the site. And I think we've written that off to, there's either some old relic models or maybe just a bad soil test, just a poor job of doing a mistake on the test about where the groundwater is. But what makes sense in this, and I think Lisa accepts this, this site is it's a drumlin. If you look at the geology of the site, and drumlins are glacial till. You get into them, and the soils are really mishmash stuff. Water doesn't flow through them particularly well. If we got further up into this hill and started doing excavation into it, we probably found groundwater at 3 or 4 feet, and it would continue to be at 3 or 4 feet all the way up the hill. It kind of rides with the topography. It might be at 6 feet here, but the soils are so tight that the groundwater is actually perching, and it kind of rides down. As you get to the bottom of the hill, the way the glacier receded, the glacier would have been sitting. Well, it would have been sitting on top of everything, but as it melted, what would happen is up against that hill is you would get, there would be, the melt would start in the debris that was in the glacier would flow to the edge of the glacier, and you'd get actually like a kind of a stream at the edge. And what happens is that the finer soils will get carried away, and the sand gets left behind, and it actually, as that glacier finally recedes, that sand is sitting on the edge, and you see this over and over and over again in glacial deposits, where you'll see, whether it's a moraine or a drumlin, you'll see these glacial tills, and then at the base of them you'll find these very sandy soils, and that's that process that I just talked about, the sorting of the streams. That's what you find. Well, when we did the testing in here, that's exactly what we found in here. We found lots of coarse sand, medium sand, really. And when you get into that, probably the best indicator of where the groundwater is where is the wetland. And here's the wetland right here. What's the topography in that wetland? Because the sands are so, you don't get a sloped, unlike the drumlin with the glacial till, you don't get a sloped groundwater. That groundwater runs very, very flat. So what you would anticipate is that the groundwater in this area would be flat throughout. And with the exception of that one soil test in the middle here, that's really what we were finding. We did find some glacial till in this pocket up in here, and it did start to climb at this corner, but the rest of it was running just about where we established in elevation 56. But so that it just made, when you look at it from the geologic position first, and then interpret the soils that you're finding based upon that, I think we were able to throw away that one test. And there's probably 20, 25 tests on this site. So we threw away that one test. I feel very, very confident that our findings are correct on this. And anyway, so we've, and that did change the way this, the groundwater is actually a little bit higher than what we had originally done in our design, so we've actually made an adjustment to this basin as well. So, but I think maybe that's the explanation.
Yeah. What I was going to say on that is, I typically, in a case like this, would recommend that the commission condition confirmatory test pits. I'm reasonably confident in what Charlie's saying, that I think we're pretty much in agreement. And, you know, that's what they'll base their design on. But the DEP handbook does require testing within the footprint of proposed infiltration structures, so that does need to be done. And I think it can be comfortably deferred until, you know, at the time of construction, to do a confirmatory test pit, verify that. So that could be a condition, but if it turns out that it's different than the design assumption, then we need to come back with an adjusted design.
I'm very confident in it. We do have, there is a test that's right at the edge of it, but I know we conducted actually a lower groundwater at that elevation, so I think at least the suggestion on this one is where you've got some, that we do another test just to make sure that we've got it right. And we have no issue. Yeah, we'll have men and machinery on the site for construction, and women as well. But we can, I feel very confident about the groundwater on this, so.
Is that all virgin ground right there? There was some structures there.
There's a little, this area here is not so virgin. But the rest of it, and there's the remains of an old, kind of a,
off at the end of the building
right,
where Charlie's hands are, and
Yeah.
kind of along that leading edge of that slope, that had been mined
Yeah,
at some point.
Probably
in
for
time.
Route 1. right?
gravel.
Or for
pit.
Haverhill Street.
Yeah.
Who knows, yeah, or maybe.
Or
for
to
Project
fill where
Pro-
406
Yeah.
Haverhill Street is built.
Yeah, it could have been a lot of things, but there's definitely a gravel pit here, and there's actually, which we discussed at the last hearing, this kind of dumped construction debris.
Well, yeah, there's a
throughout
lot
some of this
there's a lot
area,
of
cement.
which
historic
we're cleaning
fill.
up. Right, that's correct. I don't know if I described, I don't know if anything's really virgin in New England.
No, especially that close to a main road.
Yeah, so.
All right, so you're gonna do more test pits?
Well, we'll do that, if you could
Well,
condition that.
the recommendation from our peer reviewer is that be conditioned, if an order is issued, that be conditioned just to account for that anomaly. In the meantime, since we've just received the response to comments, we need to give our reviewer an opportunity and make sure that Lisa is provided with all the appropriate literature. We got something that's not being generated until tomorrow.
Right.
Verbally, I'm requesting that you send, if you want hard copies.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, probably.
And we'll also want submittal of electronic PDFs to the office, but make sure.
And there's no way to get this approved with the idea that
Not
she would
tonight?
use this. Okay. I have to ask.
That was a question.
Yes, it was.
My recommendation to the commission is no.
Have we seen anything from the planning board's consultant on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there anything inconsistent with what's been discussed tonight?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
Mr. Graham's comments, which I think I
Oh,
forwarded to you.
Yeah, and I read them after the fact.
Well, right.
I think
You said
there,
you
and
were
there
gonna
were
do
some
that.
things, I think he also mentioned the drainage of, I didn't see anything that was inconsistent with it,
Yeah.
I don't think.
No, there
Which is,
wasn't.
you always
We have-
run that risk.
We have not run into
That's what
dueling
I'm saying.
engineers yet at this point.
But
in
no, there
time.
wasn't, I just assumed you had read it, because it was in the.
I did, but I
Right,
read it after
yes.
the fact, I haven't seen it with
Yeah.
fresh eyes.
No, he actually caught the same thing Lisa did, that some of the runoff from neighboring is getting into this pond, so. And then, he also wanted us, and we've done it actually, he was suggesting, we meet the code, but he's suggesting pulling this driveway, forward a little bit to provide for a little bit more grass strip between here and the pond, which we've done, we've incorporated that into the design as well, so.
We're moving ahead.
Yeah, I think we're very close to being done. I think once Lisa and Larry get a chance to look at these again, I think we'll be in home stretch, so. Sure. John Coughlin here tonight is the owner. He just mentioned we did bring with us tonight, I know this wasn't requested, but we had met with the ZBA last week, and then last night we met with the Board of Health. There was a lot of questions about what was going on inside the medical building and how that may impact the area. And it's Gutierrez, right? Did I get it?
Velasquez.
I'm close. Velasquez is here tonight. If you folks have any questions about, you know, the operations inside that building and how they, you know, how they could, you know, we had a great discussion with the Board of Health last night, and they were, I think, doing, you know, their concerns, gee whiz, what's going on inside of that building? What's going down the drain? What's ending up inside the septic system? And the short answer on that is that there's a very tight control. There's no laboratories in this building. There is phlebotomy where blood gets taken, but it gets sent off-site.
Laboratories or lavatories?
There are laboratories.
We have restrooms.
There are restrooms.
Can I use it in an outhouse?
And there is, you know, scanning equipment for bone density, and there's mammography, as well as X-rays.
There's no medicines or
But
anything given there.
No. So, and any bio-waste is handled in a strict manner. The only thing that should be going from the lavatories, and there is maybe some coffee grounds on occasion, we'll try to keep it to a minimum, but it should be human waste, just ordinary human waste that's going into
The water department doesn't have to sign off on something like this in this zone, right?
I can read you the comments.
Please.
We received from the water department later on. The Conservation Department was provided with a two-page briefing sheet from the Zoning Board of Appeals, which has been copied and distributed to the commissioners. They've just received it tonight, so.
Yeah.
Since we appear to be heading towards the possibility of another meeting, if any questions develop from that or requests for further clarification, I'll have the commissioners will email it to me, and then I'll forward it on to you folks
Excellent.
prior to the next meeting if some questions develop in that regard.
That's greatly appreciated.
On that note, can we, excuse me for interrupting, can we let this young lady get home to her family? She was gracious enough to come to the meeting tonight.
I'll stay as long as needed.
You're the one who has her shackled to the chair.
I know I
You
do.
don't provide any handcuffs or restraints.
No, I'm happy to stay if there are any questions that I can help answer, but I appreciate John's
The only
efforts
question I have
to
is,
get me home
what are your
safely.
medical qualifications?
Clinically, none.
And you're a doctor?
I'm the Director of Operations.
Thank you.
You could please send us our contact information so we can incorporate that into the record.
I'll give you my card.
That'll work. Discuss the bylaw fee?
Yes, that's definitely.
Can I just add one thing on that last subject? I generally recommend as another condition, you know, part of the stormwater standards require an illicit discharge statement, which says, you know, I certify there are no non-stormwater discharges to the stormwater system. I find that doesn't really make sense to do beforehand, because everybody says it's designed not to connect. But what I do think makes sense is as part of the as-built certification that's done at the completion of construction, that you have an engineer certify, inspect and certify that things are plumbed correctly and that there are no non-stormwater discharges to the drainage system. And that just be, you know, part of your condition of approval. And that just gives you that extra reassurance. Sometimes things do get cross-connected when they get built.
That was in your report.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, was it? Okay.
That was the last.
Sorry,
one.
didn't realize I already had it in there.
Yeah.
That was an excellent report, very good job. Very thorough.
At this point, does it bring it to fees?
Yes. The commission received communication yesterday, which I believe I copied here, from Mr. Carosa. It was an email that apparently originated with Adam Donahoe on May 17th.
Correct.
You wish to offer some commentary to the commission? The original
the original discussion, which was framed around the reference of the calculated bylaw fee under our wetlands bylaw for 148,360 square feet of disturbance in wetland resource areas as prescribed under the bylaw, came out to $74,180, of which in our initial discussions it was agreed that you would tender a payment of $5,000, which was tendered to the commission. That also you would discuss the possibility of the two parcels that you had previously offered to the commission a year ago as a gift for open space, that you would investigate the ability to produce a surveyed plan so those properties could be accurately described. We checked with Joe Coughlin at the last meeting, which occurred on May 31st, and he told us that that was still under investigation, and we asked about the land gift survey work. Now we're presented with an email that we recognize Mr. Donahoe as being a relatively expert in his field. I believe he's principal of Donahoe Survey Incorporated, and he himself is a registered professional land surveyor. And his commentary is that the descriptions of the two parcels in question, lots 21 and 23 on Assessor's Map 14, the descriptions are extremely vague, describe the parcels of land only by the abutters around them. There are no bearings, distances, or physical markers associated with the boundary lines, with the exception of Batchelder Brook being the easterly boundary of the lots. All the surrounding parcels are described in the same way with no definitive location of their boundaries. Based on all this, Donahoe Survey would not be able to retrace the lots through survey. The two options for the lots would be as follows. He sets forth, first one, a boundary line agreement, which all abutters agree to where the lot line should go, and two, a land court survey in which a court would rule on the location of the lines. He then further offers a commentary that both these options would require extensive survey work and legal work and more than likely take years to complete. I'm assuming that's from his experience. So he says he can't even ballpark a price at this time. He says during his research he found that the parcel to the north, owned by the town of Raleigh, is deeded to them by reference to the assessor's map and lot number. This would be by far the simplest solution to transfer title and would not require any survey work. So he states further that he can't help you, and assuming that's a response to the inquiry from Quinn Iron, contacted him in this regards.
You know what that last paragraph means?
What the last paragraph?
The one that you just talked about, where this would be the simplest solution. I don't know what the simplest solution is referring to.
The simplest solution is to simply incorporate into the deed a reference to the assessor's map as being the description
Okay.
of the parcel.
Oh, the parcel, and you don't survey it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's
That wasn't clear to me what the.
one step up from referencing the old large oak tree over by Farmer Brown's walls, stone wall.
Don't even have.
Yeah, I mean,
But not a survey. Well, and, you know, so the context here is the footnote for this discussion was that the commission, I believe, they can correct me if I'm misinterpreting this, was looking for a value-added effort to be offered to the town in lieu of the $74,180 as prescribed by the bylaw fee. So if you, prior to this application even being thought of, Mr. Coughlin on behalf of Gateway 2 had offered those parcels to the town. That offer, we never received a withdrawal on it or anything. We just had received the communication of the quote from Meridian Associates of $7,000 per lot to accomplish a survey. So now, I'm not sure what is being offered to the commission that wasn't already an offer, and so therefore does Gateway 2 Realty Trust, as the applicant of this particular application, wish to discuss some other offer of value added for the town or for payment of the subsequent balance of the calculated bylaw fee.
Okay. You want me to address just what you just said now?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, okay, fine.
I was
didn't know
trying
if
my
you-
best for that to be the lead-in, yes.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you were finished with your dissertation, that's all. I think 2 or 3 things that happened at that meeting. And number one, which we actively pursued, that was back in May, was that we would deed, Gateway was willing to deed those parcels over. The stipulation was that you needed them surveyed in order to receive them. The other thing was that I think we talked about the removal in the program for the invasive species was also part and parcel to that. And I think we showed, the Coughlin showed good faith here. We immediately contracted with DeRosa to do a plan, which I believe has been submitted, and I think you're still reviewing it, or it's well underway. Am I correct in that assumption?
Topic for discussion tonight. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's under.
So we've got that going. In the meantime, what we did was look around for surveying companies to do the surveying, and that's how we tied up with the gentleman's firm that you discussed. He did some research on it. He came back that he thought the best way to do it was handle it through land court. We have since talked with 2 different legal counsels about this. They're exploring that avenue to see how fast and how quickly it can be done. One of the gentlemen I talked with yesterday said that in his past experiences in deeding over lands to conservation groups, green belts, they've just accepted the deed and would not require a survey. So I said I didn't think that was in the offering here, but I would mention it because I knew we had the meeting tonight to discuss it. So that's,
Have you spoken to the town hall? Are they willing to do it without the survey? You know, in other words, because the town council.
But again, the reason for the context is, within the context of this application, that was a topic of discussion as an alternative value to possibly compensate and allow reduction of the 74,000 square footage fee. The gift of land, which was made prior to this application being submitted, had never been withdrawn. And so, as far as I know, unless Mr. Coughlin says that unless the commission wants to accept those parcels, that he's withdrawing the offer of accepting those parcels. It's just that was already on the table, and therefore that doesn't necessarily add anything to compensation for the bylaw fee. The commission can certainly choose to communicate. It was the advice of town council that if it was possible to have a survey description, that was the best standard for describing a piece of land. But yes, as the example was touted, there is other properties out there. The Batchelder Meadow property was accepted as part of the compensation for the conversion of open space to put the cell tower on. And so, yes, it was accepted with only the reference to the assessor's map as a description of the property, probably for the same reason that no properties around it had surveyed iron rods or drill holes or other things that could be accurately located utilizing latitude and longitude. So it is always on the table that the commission may choose to accept the gift of those 2 parcels as just described by Mr. Donahoe, with simply a reference to the assessor's map and lot description.
Paying taxes on those 2 parcels?
yes, ma'am.
May I ask how much?
Off the top of my head, I'd be listening to this, but I don't know what we're paying on it, but we are paying taxes on it. And if I can just add one other thing, this has been an evolving thing. I I left here, we entered into a contract with Donahoe's Grove to do the surveying, and then all of a sudden, once they got into this, they developed this problem. So I said, okay, how do we fix this problem so we can keep pursuing along here? He says, let me look at it. He did some research. A week goes by, a couple more phone calls trying to keep him on track, comes up, and he said, I think we need to get legal involved in it. So then I get on the phone and I'm talking to a couple lawyers, and that's where I am now. Now, both the lawyers do not share the negativity that he expressed in the memo that you just read, okay? They don't see that this is gonna be years. And we've got one very good attorney who's done an awful lot of this working. He's researching it right now, and I tried to catch him today so I could speak where he stood as of this moment, and I was unable to. So we are pursuing it.
Yeah.
So.
So then that,
Good.
well, sounds like that's an avenue for continued investment. I mean, we've certainly learned something, we've certainly all learned something, I think,
Now,
within this discussion.
Right, it could very well be also that we're gonna find that we get Mike Fahey or whoever we get to do this, to take it through land court, and they take it through for us, so we could give you what you're looking for here. We would assume the cost of this. They might say to us, it's gonna take us 6 weeks, it's gonna take us 6 months to do it. I would get a written program that I could bring before you, these are the steps, and this is what we're gonna do. Okay.
And that can be, if the commission so chooses, that could be a condition of the issue.
It's not to stall a project.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So it's still, all right, so it's
No,
still,
all-
so it's still a viable
The
option to pursue.
ball is rolling downhill, it hasn't hit the bottom yet, is what I'm saying.
All right. Anything else on this?
You wanna add anything to that?
Okay, well, the commission still wishes Mr. Coughlin to investigate that and is still.
It sounds like it's almost
Okay.
there anyway, so.
Amenable to pursue that.
I'd appreciate if you could communicate the credit when you're paying the taxes on those 2 lots too.
Well, I can find that out from the assessors.
Yeah, you can get that.
We have back at our office, the bills come in and they get paid, and we get a lot of tax bills from the town of Raleigh, so, they get paid. I don't know, I'd be pulling a figure out of my hat, but I can give you that tomorrow morning, and I'll send you a copy, and I hope they're paid.
We assume that.
If they haven't, we wouldn't be able to issue a permit. Since we have that bylaw.
I know, I go through that with Mr. Ward.
We're looking at the glasses half full,
Yes,
Mr. Coughlin, not
Thank
half
you.
empty.
thank you, I'm glad you smiled.
Wait, was there anything else on?
Yes, I did wish to ask, so I have been reviewing DeRosa Environmental's further submittal in regards to the invasive species program. And I find the plan at this point in time acceptable and capable of being incorporated into a permitting decision. There is a clarification, though, I would like to receive, and I would be probably more comfortable if it appeared on the plan set that Meridian Associates is working, and, or you can also correct me if I am also missing this information. I would like to see a tabular presentation, table of the square footage of the wetland resource areas that are being impacted and disturbed in all this. I looked on the plan set and I could not find the square footage for the isolated vegetated wetland, but I know it was developed at one point in time, so I'm either looking at the wrong plan sheet.
The area of
The area
the
that's being
isolated?
filled in the area.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if it's on the plan.
Well, so, okay, so
I
I'm.
know, it's
Oh,
it's
here
about
it is.
2,000 square feet.
See that?
Well, I know, it was expressed, we came up with a figure for the replication area, I think,
Right,
just
and that's on the
based on a
NOI.
doubling, but I don't
Right.
see the actual, the replication area is specified in square
Right.
footage on the plan.
Right,
But the
not
isolated
actual-
vegetated wetland is not
Yeah, that
specified
can
in
be
square
added.
footage.
Yeah, that's definitely doable.
But where I was going with this is I would like to see a succinct table that indicates the total amount of the 100-foot buffer zone of both the isolated and the BBW combined, and then a representation of the 100-foot buffer zone that's not going to be disturbed, that will be the subject of the invasive species control. I just would like to see a quantification of buffer zone that's being disturbed and developed, buffer zone that's going to remain. The same thing with the isolated vegetated wetlands. Square footage of that. I know that all of it's getting filled and developed, so that's an easy thing. There's not going to be any remaining on that. Obviously, that's to be offset, though, by the replication of the bordering vegetated wetlands. So.
Was there any, can I add, without Mike here, was there any invasive program that was supposed to go on within the BBW itself?
I don't believe so, because I don't think we saw any
So
of
it's
the
just
identified, yeah, I believe it's mostly the bittersweet, the honeysuckle,
Okay.
yeah. I think it was
Right,
mostly
nice.
terrestrial. I don't think it was any
Do you
emergent.
understand?
I think so.
Does Meridian see
I'll
it?
ask you later.
Does Meridian see a problem given that, so we don't go away with the understanding that we're not gonna do, we cannot do this?
No, he's just asking for square footage of what we've already, what Mike has
Disturbed
already said
areas
we
and
would do.
such.
So we're not committing.
And
to
then
anything
also that it
else.
be stated on the plans too, because I think it may be on one sheet,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also not on some other sheets that I looked at,
Yeah.
so.
How long would it take to develop this plan to?
Oh,
get
it's an hour or two's worth of it.
So could we have it by tomorrow at noontime?
Well, I actually would like it to just be put on the list in case we do any more revisions of the plan
Right.
set. I would just like it, I don't want them to generate a whole plan set just for that.
Makes sense.
The little table, yeah, can just be sent to me as a communication memo type thing. And that's it. Other than that, I would recommend the commission, with the applicant's permission, consider a continuance, number one, to allow our peer reviewer to respond to the comments and to review the revised plans.
And that would be for the July 12th?
Yeah, we would hopefully get an approval that evening. We can get everything in order.
Whatever, you keep working on it.
Oh, that's, and I will.
Okay, do I hear such a motion?
Or any other questions or any other?
Questions from the board, or, yeah, go ahead, then.
Could I just ask the housekeeping question here? Hopefully, we're moving along. You heard mention that additional testing would have to be done. Would that additional testing come out in the order of conditions?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes.
and how-
In other words, that would be field verification.
Right, no,
during development of the site.
I understand that, and who would do this? Meridian? How would you see it worded that it would be overseen and done to everybody's satisfaction?
Same exact way that you do a soil evaluation for the Board of Health. A witness.
So we would, Meridian would
I'm sorry.
You know, I mean, I don't know whether it necessarily has to be witnessed. I think if it's done by a professional soil evaluator, it's up to you whether you want it witnessed.
Well, I'd probably like to be notified
Yeah.
anyway,
Yes.
so that I can attend it.
Oh, yeah.
If it becomes a
So
point.
Charlie, once we got to that point, Charlie would call you and say, hey, we're gonna be digging out there today, or he'd set up a time with you, he'd be out there, or a professional representative from Meridian would meet you out there, you guys would look at it and say, all the assumptions that we assumed here tonight.
Well, we're gonna get a statement, the exact same kind of preparatory field statement that you get from soil evaluation taking place with a log and.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And this,
And
that would.
you folks already have a permit to do this. If you wanted to turn around and go out there and do it right now, you've got an existing permit from us for doing soil evaluations out there.
Basically, it's the same as like, in case you find something bad in one of those piles, that's what.
Well, no, this is because the estimated high groundwater seems to be a
No, but I mean,
deviant reading at this particular location. So this is gonna be a confirmatory retesting to try and establish whether in fact that was just either a bad day or
So rather than doing it tomorrow, they're just making it more convenient.
Well, no, we're just saying
They
that
can do it later.
We're not gonna hold up permit issuance, we'll just incorporate it as a condition of the permit.
All right, I understand, thank you for
Well,
clarifying.
follow up on your question, I guess I still have a question as to whether this discussion has resolved Ms. Eggleston's 21st point about finished project being inspected by a qualified professional engineer who can certify that there are no illicit connections to the storm drainage system.
Right, separate.
Strikes me off the top of my head that Meridian is not the appropriate party to do that.
Why not?
Just because of conflict of interest if you design the project.
I think quite the contrary. We're the ideal person to do it.
Actually, I would agree with that. I think that they are. It's their stamp on there, and if things don't get built according to
Okay,
plan,
that's all I
they're the
wanted
ones
to
that
know.
need to identify that and rectify it.
Yeah, but it is
It is
post-construction
very
instead of
appropriate, yeah.
pre-construction,
Right.
which makes sense.
Okay, so do I have a motion that we would continue this?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Appreciate the
again.
board's time.
July 12th.
Huh?
Appreciate the board's time. And Lisa, I appreciate it.
All right, well, we should talk about, we're gonna give them a package or,
Yeah.
okay, good. Good night.
Any
Thank you.
questions, John?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Anyone interested in contact information for the proposed facilities manager?
I wouldn't have any
Okay,
use, but
well,
it's.
I've got it in the office
Maybe
if
have
you
it
want it.
in the file.
Like I said, just send, if you do develop any comments or whatever, you just send them to me and I'll forward them along for questions to be answered.
What's exactly her role?
She's gonna be the proposed facilities manager of that.
Title is administrative director. I'm not sure if it is.
This brings us to our 8:30 items.
I need to get.
You want to initiate a discussion of the bylaw fee prior to reading the legal ad opening, or do you wish to?
Which way would the board like to do it? We talk about the bylaw fees first?
I'm going to abstain right here and now.
Excuse me, but, yeah, but you can abstain and still sit here if you would like. No? Okay. All right, the first item we're gonna talk about on the 8:30 item would be, one of the very important, would be the bylaw fee. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Fuller.
Chairman. Tom Beatrice, for the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm at 27 Congress Street in Salem. We have filed a notice of intent with respect to the land off Central Street, which is at the time 163 Central Street. We have requested a waiver of the disturbance fee under the local bylaw. And the reason for that is twofold. One is that the proposed use and the proposed project of the site will actually create less disturbance as to the agricultural activities that are going on now on site, and would to a certain extent stabilize the site. And with respect to that issue, we believe that a disturbance fee under the circumstances would not be consistent with the intent and the purpose of the law and the bylaw the way it stands. It would also severely impact the economic viability of the project. I believe the fee is in excess of $38,000. And like I said, historically, the site has been farmed. There's no area where we're proposing a solar array that has not been in agricultural use for decades. So our use will actually be less disturbance than what's going on lately.
All right, I think at this point, I see you have some neighbors.
If I can introduce everybody, I'm here with Matt Marino from Brightergy, who's the applicant. David LaPointe from Beals and Thomas, who's the engineer. I'm here with Pat Seacamp, who's our wetland scientist. Bill Fritagliano's here. I don't know, Dan Foley.
The light department.
The light department. I should mention that my client has been in extensive negotiations with the light department for a fairly long period of time, and does have agreements in place right now with respect to electricity that the proposed project would produce. Is it Kurt? Kurt. We spoke out in the hall. He's one of the abutters on Central Way.
Yes.
And I'm not sure about the other people.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to establish the record here. So the submittal of the Town of Raleigh's Wetlands Protection Bylaw Fee worksheet made by Beals and Thomas states that this would be project in category F, commercial and industrial projects. The bylaw calls for $500 for each building plus $50 per square foot of disturbance in a resource area as described by this bylaw. Although not stated, I believe the resource area that is being disturbed is the 100-foot buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetlands and to isolated vegetated wetlands. And the disturbance is expressed as 77,200 square feet, which they have extended to the total bylaw fee due for the activity of $38,600.
Board, what is your initial response or questions?
I have a perspective on this. That is, the bylaw fees were established with regard to the overall operation of the conservation function both at the state level and at the local level, and is not specifically necessarily contingent upon the activities that go on in that area. In the past, when we as a board have considered modifications to the fee, it's been in response to receiving something in the way of additional conservation protection with regard to donations of land or such, or the only other time that I can remember where we modified the fee is if there was a redundancy in the calculation. I don't see that there's any particular grounds for reduction in the fee. The type of activity that goes on relative to what has been going on seems to me an equal case can be made that that's also a significant disturbance with the introduction of a lot of artificial materials and metals and other facilities going on there that are necessary to service the area. So I don't, to my mind, there's not a justification for reducing the fee in this case or in the next case either.
May I address?
Certainly, please do.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the comments, Mr. Turner, but I think I would, in terms of the disturbance issue, the second part of your comments, I think I have to disagree with you because constructing solar panels that will be in place for 20 years, I would suggest is a far cry from harrowing a field and planting hay and corn on winter rye on a seasonal and annual basis. So in terms of actual disturbance, I really can't see any comparison to it. The site will actually be stabilized for at least a period of 20 years. And therefore, in my mind, it would have a significantly less impact on why we're here in protect the wetland. And I'm not sure I could reasonably compare farming and agricultural activities to pretty much a stabilized site of solar panels that are on posts that are pretty much stable.
It changes the nature of the site. It creates runoff in structured ways, it provides shading to land that wasn't shaded before. Agriculture is considered a type of conservation in and of itself, and has special protection under the Wetlands Acts, and it's introducing a lot of artificial coverage over the land. I agree there are distinctions to be made in both ways, but I don't find personally those sufficient to change the nature of the fee that would be required in this case.
Well, Matt Marino was here, and maybe he can elaborate on the actual construction of the solar panel array and what has to be done. And Mr. Freitag is here to tell you in terms of fertilization and all the agricultural activities that have been going on there for at least 40 years.
Can I ask a question too? How do we integrate in the fact that solar panels and production of electricity that way reduces our carbon footprint overall? And I know that as a conservation committee, we're commission, we focus on water runoff and areas along that line. But just looking forward and looking at it from a bigger picture, right? I mean, solar panels are going to aid in our ability to reduce our carbon footprint. And I know we're not tasked with necessarily that, but maybe we are. I'm just bringing that out, is how do you integrate that in?
You're our newest commissioner. I'm sure you most recently read the Conservation Commission Act, and therefore understand the limits and also the expanse of your jurisdictional authority.
Yeah,
which doesn't talk anything at all about carbon emissions or power generation at all.
But at the same point, when do you open your mind and you can always sit in a box with what you are told you're supposed to do, or you can sit here and step back and say, hey, time out here a minute. Should we start considering other issues? And
I want to go around to everybody.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out. I'm just throwing it out.
Mr. Chairman, just while I'm talking about jurisdictional authorities, I would like to make a point which doesn't necessarily, I mean, just the wetlands bylaw, which is generating this fee calculation, which is the subject of this discussion right now. As Commissioner Turner pointed out, just as the state act does, recognizes agricultural activity as an exempt as long as it's conducted in a certain manner. It is an exempt activity. Before, the commission has considered the past development of properties, which depending upon their history may have been developed and altered prior to even the existence of the State Wetlands Protection Act, and definitely prior to the existence of the town's Wetlands Protection Bylaw. So the context here is a proposal for a project which is regulated and jurisdictional under the bylaw, that is replacing past and current usage of the parcel, whereas that activity is allowed to occur without permitting because it is specifically recognized as being an exempt activity as long as conducted in an appropriate manner. So I'm not sure I'm helping things here at all.
Well,
I'm not giving you an easy choice. I'm just telling you that that is recognized and is stated in the bylaw that agricultural activities, just as under our bylaw, the same as under the state law, are recognized as being exempt and can occur not only in the buffer zone but in jurisdictional wetland resource areas.
Can I follow up on that?
I want to try to go around and then see how everybody feels
Sure.
to get, maybe the conversation be over in a few minutes. You wanna add anything at this point?
Not
Judy?
I agree with Kurt, you know, that, granted, this might be less invasive, but we're talking about construction of a site, a development, basically, that's just gonna sit there. You're projecting it as, you know, just because it hasn't been tilled or anything like that for 20 years, that's part of this whole discussion. I don't think it is. It's really just the fact that you are developing a piece of property that is exempt, and therefore you lie within the bylaw. I agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I personally would rather probably see a solar farm because of the carbon footprint than a 40B, you know, and the way it is, you know, sometime down the road that might have to happen. But I want now the audience to go right around and say what they think. As a landowner, you don't?
I see it being less invasive, you know, in tilling it. I don't see how much longer economically it could farm it, the way it is.
Gary Fraser, who lives
Yep,
at
I know Gary.
197 Central Street.
Yep.
The land you're talking about, originally in the late 1600s and the early 1700s was a brick farm. They used the clay that was in that field in the pond, the spring-fed pond, and they made what were called Rowley bricks, 2 by 2 by 4 and 4.5. It was a brick farm up until like 1725. Then it became farmland. It was part of the Benjamin Scott house, which was in the same family from 1676 to 1955. Margaret Scott, the witch, was taken out of there and hung with my wife's great aunt, Rebecca Nurse, the first colonial soldier of the United States Congressional Army, killed at Bunker Hill, was part of the Rowley Minutemen that went in. And like I say, I mean, this has always been farmland. And solar panels are nice, and they do serve a point. In the residential area, I'm not too overly pushed for it. On some state land that's not being used, the people around it, and the remitter, the inverter, we're shooting out radioactivity waves off the antenna. The inverter takes the electricity and sells it back in. How much tax dollars is the town of Rowley gonna get if you put up a 20-year steel structure with panels? What is the benefit of the town?
Well, you know.
We're gonna
he
be
might
able
the
to buy
answer that.
electricity
Yeah.
for more than what it costs now? And if the sun doesn't come out, we sell it for less back? I mean, there's a little engineering problem here that people aren't looking at the history of the town, the history of the land, and what's beneficial for the town. Is there any idea from these gentlemen how much tax dollars are gonna be paid for the town of Rowley?
Well, we'll get them at the end.
Oh, all
I wanna
right.
keep going down, and even from the electric company, but go ahead. Next.
My name's Dan Foley, I'm the manager of the electric company in Raleigh, the municipal electric company. I'm a little biased because I support the project. The town of Raleigh will be purchasing all the electricity from the project. The electricity from the project is green energy, renewable energy. As was stated by one of your board members, it's good for the environment, it's good for Raleigh's carbon footprint, so it is a good project as far as that goes. The electricity produced will be consumed by all the Raleigh residents, won't be sold out onto the grid, it'll all be consumed within the town. The price is still in negotiation, so it's part of that. I don't really want to talk about as far as the price goes because it's in negotiations right now, but
It'll be saving Rowley money as far as electricity purchase?
If it wouldn't, I wouldn't be buying it. I'll put it to you that way. I mean, if it was a price where, you know, if it would affect Raleigh's rates, then I wouldn't be interested in the project itself. So I mean, I support the project as, and the commissioners for the town of Raleigh Light Department support the project as well.
Next.
Eric Jacobson. I live behind there where most of the panels are gonna be, and the two that are gonna be coming up the side of my property. I have no problem with that. I've been talking to Bill, we've been out measuring. I would prefer clean energy over having extra houses in the back. Even though you got a fenced-in area, it's still a nice area to walk around. And I also went to an agricultural school, so I know that what's going on for land use is acceptable within the law. And I am for this cleaner energy as well.
All right, anybody else?
Matt Marino from Bright Energy, thanks for the opportunity here to speak. Just on, again, this really I don't think is the purview of the evening, but on the tax issue, there is a pilot agreement that was approved at the town meeting, so that has been addressed, and that's viewable or accessible for anyone that wants to see it at Town Hall. And then I just think one thing that is notable, if I can, David, if you don't mind, to see the plan. I think the issue at hand about where some of these disturbance fees come from, in this area, we pushed the array. We are always very mindful. This is the after many iterations of configurations to try to minimize impact, it pushed into this disturbance area only because we were avoiding what wasn't strictly obvious at first light until we had done our professional wetlands delineation, some wetlands here in the middle. Prior to that, our intention was to be well out of this, and unfortunately though, the panels were cut. So again, just to make the point that we are trying to configure within the boundaries of the bylaw to the best of our extent. It unfortunately pushed us into certain areas once we realized that we wanted to prioritize this wetlands that was central to the field. So I just thought that was worth noting.
I could just clarify something. You would reference the disturbance fee. Mr. Petras has referenced it in both his letters. This is not a disturbance fee. This is an application fee or a submittal fee, as it's labeled. It's calculated in terms of how much land is disturbed, but that doesn't make it a disturbance fee. This is a submittal fee with regard to the Conservation Commission's activities with regard to proving these things and the amount of work that goes into it on a broad basis. And I don't object to the farm. I don't object to solar energy. I have no problems with this going through. I think that the fee needs to be paid as appropriate, and other adjustments can be made with regard to how the price of all this works out. This is not a road stopper in my mind.
Here.
All right, Mr. Spiel.
Thank you. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, Mr. Turner, but as I look at the Wetlands Protection Bylaw fee worksheet, it says right in there, 50 cents per square foot of disturbance.
That's how it's calculated.
So it is commonly referred to as a disturbance fee based on the area that's disturbed in the wetlands resource area.
Schedule entitled submittal fees. It's just a way of calculating it. It doesn't make it a disturbance fee per se, and I think it's my mind, I'm sorry, it's misleading to refer to it that way because it suggests a quid pro quo with regard to that. And that gets you into the argument that this is less disturbance than the prior usage, and I would disagree with that as well. It's a different kind of disturbance, and as Mr. Bazelak pointed out, agriculture has a history of being protected in a special way under the Wetlands Protection Act.
I'm going to get to that in a second, but I don't want to argue about the fee, but all I know is my client's being charged a disturbance fee of $38,600 on the worksheet, and you could call it what you'd like, but That's what it is. If there wasn't a disturbance, there wouldn't be a fee. So, anyway, looking past that, I certainly not here to argue with anybody, but I don't think we can respectfully lose sight of the intent and purpose of the Wetlands Protection Act, and that is to preserve and protect wetland resources on the Commonwealth. And you are quite right with respect to the agricultural exemption to the Wetlands Protection Act. I have been in litigation with this board in the past over the exemptions to the very exemptions under the Code of Massachusetts regulations in the past. And the exemptions are extensive. But if you read the DEP guidelines and you read the Code of Regulations with respect to the agricultural exemptions, you'll find the intent and purposes of those regulations to exempt farming from the Wetland Protection Act in certain circumstances is because of the intent and purpose of the wetlands regulations that do not outweigh the desire of the legislature in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to preserve farming as an institution in the state that are disappearing every day. That's why the exemption is there, not because of a carbon footprint or not because of a disturbance fee. It's to preserve the institution of farming within the state of Massachusetts. And that you can read on the internet and you can look under the DEP guidelines. That's the reality of it. So, I mean, I have our wetland scientist is here, our engineer is here, and I understand the concern, I understand the desire to maintain the fee, but what I don't understand is, I believe, is some of the comments are ignoring the intent of the regulation in the bylaw. Because the reality of this project is there is going to be minimal disturbance. And if the board, if the commission's job, I'm not telling the commission how to do their job, but if the intent and purpose of the statute is to actually protect and preserve the wetlands, no one can tell me that, and I'm sure our experts here can elaborate on it, no one can tell me that putting in a solar array is not going to have less of an impact on the wetlands. I mean, it just defies reason. I don't see how we can rationalize that. Running a tractor through there, seasonally, fertilizing the field, overturning the entire field, planting it, harvesting it, as opposed to a one-time installation of a solar array. And I can't talk as to the shading, but I'm not sure how the shading is going to impact the wetlands. I do know that it's going to be the same volume of water that's going to end up in the wetlands. I do know that the land itself is not going to be disturbed for 20 years. There's going to be seasonal mowing. That's the plan. But there's actually going to be zero on the wetlands from a practical aspect. So from a disturbance position, as the intent and purpose of the bylaw, I have to respectfully argue that the fee is not respectfully justified under the circumstances of this project.
With the idea of possibly receiving some clarifying information and allowing this discussion to be continued through the next meeting, would the commission possibly be amenable to receiving a calculation that identifies the development activities that are occurring in the buffer zone and therefore excludes from that, sorry, I've forgotten already the square footage.
77.
From what the 77,200 square feet was the areas that are going to be returned to herbaceous cover. In other words, so within the 100-foot buffer zone, you would have identified the square footage that's going to become the new access roadway through here. So this section, all the sections that are within the 100-foot buffer zone. Then all the panels, some type of linear calculation for the fencing, but all these panels, would you be amenable to possibly seeing that. That's,
Now, get back, now, Bill, that road exists already, right, in there, right?
There is a road there
Yeah,
present.
'cause I've been in there
Yeah,
before.
but
well, it's
there's-
a, it's
there
a
is some
dirt track
changes.
and they're significantly upgraded.
Well, yeah, it's still gonna be dirt, right?
Yeah, but there's gonna be
Oh, no,
a
they're.
particular amount
work
of
them
disturbance that's gonna be associated.
No, it's going to be, it's
Upgraded.
going to be a road that's going to have a base to support being able to carry the construction, equipment in there, and then it's going to be continuously maintained to provide maintenance access, into that facility. So the quote-unquote farm road or whatever, it's actually on one of the plans, but this may have totally obliterated it. It basically is here, I'm not sure, it goes up here, so this is where it actually, the farm road leaves. There's a small portion there, but that's now covered by panels. So again, you know, I'm suggesting a calculation that ends up accounting for the developed area and excludes what's gonna be returned to herbaceous cover.
So
That might be an appropriate way, again, it's just for the commission's
during
consideration.
discussion, what you said, that's exactly what came to my mind, is that we can take the feet, the way it's been based, which is the total area, and subtract that actual disturbed area, as long as the disturbance, the areas of disturbed soil are calculated to the nth degree. So we can get as much, not much money, but I mean, so we understand the exact disturbance, you know, area. And then subtract it, and maybe then we can come up with an actual. Is that? I appreciate that, but, and I'm trying not to split hairs, but maybe Matt can elaborate a little bit on the installation of actually the solar panels and how they're mounted. But I can certainly understand the position with respect to the access road. Bearing in mind the existing road, let's see, is here, and it's within 25 feet of the existing isolated wetland, if you will. So we're bringing it actually farther away. But I guess what I'm driving at is not so much the square footage of the roadway, but the actual panels themselves are mounted on posts. How wide are the posts?
About 3 inches in diameter, that'll be spaced every 6 or 8 feet.
Do you have any job that you've done in the near area, surrounding area?
Not our company. We're working on a large project in Western Mass, but not here on the North Shore.
All right, the next thing is this visible from the road?
It's actually,
Bill,
In the wintertime, it might be through the access with the road, you know, because those are all hardwood trees.
basically,
but
it's gonna be,
just a small portion, but it's in the back half of the field, so
yeah.
I'm not.
Well, can we postpone this to the next meeting so we can do some more research and talk?
Well, but I mean,
right.
gotta give them.
based on what I said, do you want them
Yes.
to prepare a submittal?
What were you asking for?
Yeah, go ahead.
What were you actually asking for? I mean, were you saying, hey, we wanna pay this much?
We were asking for a
Total?
complete waiver.
Complete?
Yeah. And there's no reason why your engineer can't calculate the 3-inch diameter hole to the depth and come up with the volume that's gonna be and the square footage that is gonna be disturbed, even though there's gonna be minimal disturbance. Agreed that it's gonna be the road, that's gonna be the majority of it, but it's gonna be far less. That value is gonna be far less than what's calculated here. So it would be a substantial, in my mind, decrease of this fee. I appreciate that, including the fencing.
Could I also ask, the 3-inch diameter poles, they're obviously supported somehow, so they're not just 3-inch poles stuck into the ground, there's obviously some kind of basis for supporting them.
Some of them are pressure induced, I thought, I read.
They're not individual posts, they must be tied together with something. Some structural
Is there a
system.
mounting base?
Is there a,
These posts
is
that
there,
go-
is there a concrete base?
Yeah.
No, no,
Just go in the
driven,
ground.
deep, 4 to 6 feet. The connection is above ground. I have,
Now, you had.
And just quick question on the entrance road coming in. The dirt road that there now is approximately 6 or 8 feet away from the boundary wall that's been there for probably 340 years. With a road that big going in, will that be taken into account that you could be disturbing, you know, a boundary or a butted boundary? Because that's a pretty big sized road with what's it talking?
Into this conversation. This is not approving the project that
No,
occurs on
no.
anybody else's property.
And that's not knowing that just when you talk that amount of equipment coming in and out all the time, and sub-base and everything, I just wondered.
That's going beyond the discussion about the fee.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. So, for Mr. Turner's concern about the shading, it's Patrick Seacamp at Seacamp Environmental. We have been involved in several solar projects, so we go out and monitor the wetlands adjacent to some of the projects. And our experience has been there are different species of plants that actually are benefited, if you will, by the overstory shading. So there's no, the overstory shading of the panels doesn't provide any kind of detriment to stuff growing underneath the panels. The panels are up high enough off the ground that there's plenty of light penetration that will get under there. So this, as Attorney Beatrice had said, this is going to be almost a complete revegetation, and it'll be a stable site, and there will be some value, there'll be some habitat value. Our experience has been, even under the panels, as long as you have a rotational mowing, a seasonal mowing, you get a habitat developing underneath those panels that you would, similar to like a meadow habitat that you have a rotational mowing to. So, just so that if you're looking at the calculations of this, you know, the area, in my opinion, the area under the panels will be revert back to a natural state, an early successional meadow community, and probably would not be such a bad thing in a sense that, as everybody has sort of realized, that it's going from tilled fields to. The other thing is, it's a little ironic in my perspective. You know, I'm out in the woods all day long, and I'm dealing with plants as farmers deal with plants, and those are solar collectors in their own right. And in a sense, this is not germane to this. It's just my observation, but this is another way of farming on the site. But they're farming the sunlight, and the photosynthetic process will still be going on. It's just going on in the panels and being converted to energy as opposed to being converted to starch to grow woody vegetation and trees. So,
Did you have one thing to say?
Can I just
That
follow
doesn't
up on the
account for
footing?
the respiration that must
Excuse
take
me,
place
Kurt.
in plants.
I just want to follow up on the footing one more thing. You said that there was a 3-inch diameter post driven 6 feet into the ground. Your detail says a 2-foot diameter concrete footing.
we can get back on the exact specification. Yeah, if it's on the plan,
Well, that's all we have.
okay.
So, it bothers me that you told me it was just 3 inches in diameter, and your detail says 2 feet. So, that's what we just.
I will make sure that that's confirmed.
Another question, in the documentation, it talks about panels that were 9 feet high, but I didn't see anything that talked about the lower panels, how high off the ground are those?
3 feet is the lower edge.
3 to 9.
I'd make the suggestion, Mr. Chairman, that the commission continue the discussion of the bylaw fee with requesting the applicant to submit the calculations as requested that account for.
Including the fencing.
Including the fencing, including all conversion anything that is not going to be a herbaceous plant community at the end of the project, so concrete pad for any utilities, whatever, the development of the access roads, anything that becomes a permanent, non-herbaceous.
So you okay with that? You'll get those figures as soon as you can?
Well, they don't have to be okay with it. If you ask for
Well, I
it,
mean,
that's what they're gonna
they're not gonna do
provide.
it.
We'll do a time.
Thank you.
So therefore, again, I'd like to record a motion in that regard.
Make a motion to move it to our next meeting, which at this time would be July 12th, 2016. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Sorry, who moved?
Sure.
Who seconded?
Dave?
Legal ad to open public hearing.
Legal notice of Raleigh Conservation Commission in accordance with the Wetland Protection Act, Mass General Law 131, Section 40, as amended to the Town of Raleigh Wetlands Protection Bylaw. A public hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 24, 2016 at 8:30 p.m. at the Town Hall Annex located at 39 Central Street to consider a notice of intent for application filed by Matt Marino of Bright Energy for the proposed construction of a 4.3 acre, 650 kilowatt solar photovoltaic system, expansion of gravel, access drive, utilities, grading, possibly within 100 feet of buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetland, isolated vegetating wetlands in land off Central Street, map 28, parcel lot 50, 163 Central Street, map 28, parcel lot 49 in Rowley.
Gentlemen, explain your application.
Thank you. Mr. LaPointe?
Okay. Again, my name is Dave LaPointe with Beals and Thomas. We're from Southborough, our office is in Southborough, Mass. So just to give a little bit of description of the project site, the address is actually known as off Central Street, but it's located behind 163 Central Street. 163 is actually this property down here, which is also owned by the owner of the off Central Street property, the Freitags. The site itself is about 10.3 acres. It's bounded to the north by residential properties on Central Way. Again, that 163 Central Street, which is the Rowley Gardens Greenhouses property, down to the south, as well as an undeveloped land off to the east side, undeveloped due to the fact that there's wetlands over there. As I mentioned, the site's about 10.3 acres. About 4.3 acres of that is proposed to be developed as a solar array. You can see the panels will be aligned to maximize the solar exposure. And as was described earlier, they have been located primarily to the eastern portion of the site to try to avoid these central isolated wetlands in the middle of the property. Again, it's about 250 kilowatts that will be generated through this project. That energy will be transmitted to the municipal light plant. There's some existing utility poles that traverse the site, which that wiring will be connected to those poles to lead out to Central Street. As mentioned, there will be an access road to access the array for construction as well as then occasional maintenance. There is an existing farm road that's essentially two tire tracks. That will be improved to about 18 feet wide as a gravel access, just to provide a little bit more stable surface for that construction activity, as well as then maintenance for the array on occasion when any vehicles need to come in here. The array will be, or a fence will be installed around the perimeter of the array. That fencing will be about 7 feet tall. There will be a gate at this point here. Any kind of equipment located on this pad is within that fenced area, not be accessible to the public in any way. We've maintained or located the array primarily to the eastern side of the site to avoid any significant impacts to any existing vegetation, just due to the efficiency of the layout and whatnot and the alignment of the rows of panels. We do have a little bit of clearing that needs to happen on some perimeter edges here. We are proposing some additional planting here where there's an existing break in the trees to help screen that area from the abutting property. And due to the existing topography and the fact that it is a farm field currently, and it's going to be planted with a ground cover vegetation underneath all those panels, when construction is completed, the stormwater runoff essentially will be, the conditions will match essentially what's out there now, where in this case any rainfall will fall onto the panels, drip onto the ground, which will then be able to infiltrate into that soil. And the fact that it's so very flat topography across the site here, there's going to be very little runoff, and it will meet or reduce the amount of flows across the site. We do have erosion control barrier that's proposed around the perimeter of the site that will be installed prior to and then during construction, and will only be removed once the area has been vegetated and stabilized, and with an issuance of a certificate of compliance. That touches on about everything for this particular site, so if there's any questions on any of that.
Yeah, did you have to go to the zoning or anything?
We have made a filing with the planning board as well. This is actually I didn't mention that this site is located in the outlying district in town, and large-scale photovoltaic arrays like this are allowed with an approved site plan from the planning board. So we will be meeting with them in the next few weeks as well. But we made a filing at the same time we made the filing with the commission.
In your documentation, you talk about snow removal. So my concern is basically, you know, if we have a large snowfall, you're obviously going to need to access down in between those panels. You're going to develop a lot of snow removal. Where is that going to end up? Or have you any proposed areas that you might have to?
You don't use de-icing, right?
No. And any snow removal would only be for the access road to get into the site. It wouldn't be anything occurring down along the rows of panels.
Even if
only
the
a person
snowfall was over 3 feet?
A person would only be walking along those panels. Matt can maybe describe a little bit more about the maintenance during a snowstorm situation like that. But I think I'm guessing the idea is that it's just if the snow is 3 feet deep and potentially covers a little bit of the panels, they just act a little bit less efficient.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. That's correct. And the actual, if I can, the actual maintenance of these panels, is it monthly or?
The main thing is an annual inspection. There's always, of course, access for Raleigh Municipal Light in the case of troubleshooting or looking at specific issues, but typically it's an annual maintenance outside of the seasonal mowing. In terms of it's routine visual inspections, mostly around the inverter and the collection equipment down at the edge of the project. So there will always be access, again, for Raleigh Municipal Light, but in terms of the standard O&M, it's typically an annual inspection.
Is the access going to be gate controlled under lock and key?
Yeah, there's a gate right here in the fence. Yep.
But it will be locked. I assume vandalism is a concern.
I think the plan would be to have it locked with access granted to the police department or the fire department keys. Emergency person. So on that same vein, if you did have, you're not going in between the panels to remove snow, but you do have a lot of snowfall and just plowing it,
isn't gonna do the trick, you're gonna have to start moving it. Where would you put that excess snow on the site?
I'm actually not sure that.
If you haven't thought about it, that's, maybe you should.
Yeah, for the road. I definitely haven't thought about it, but I'm thinking as you raise the issue, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it will actually, the likelihood of it being plowed and the necessity of being plowed may not materialize.
It may never happen.
Because if it's an annual inspection, unless there's an emergency or something,
That
it may never
inverter,
happen.
that obviously is taking the DC and, transforming it to AC, I'm assuming. That is a yearly maintenance as well on that device?
An annual, yes.
And if it went down at the most inopportune time during a snowstorm or something like that, what would happen? Would you just let the whole field go down instead of producing electricity? Would there be people out there?
At the height of, you're saying this winter
Well,
event?
Yeah, it could be.
Or whatever the case might be.
The event.
I think there will be some contractual mechanisms that speak to that in terms of our power purchase agreement with Raleigh Municipal Light. I think safety and reliability is always the number one, operational concern with a project like this. And then again, performance mechanisms in the contract will dictate, I think, kind of the risk benefit of managing a situation like that. In terms of, but Dan, I don't know if you can speak to the protection, if there was something that was going on inside the fence. I don't know if your question was a safety question about then what would be coming onto the lines.
Well, if it's a snow removal issue, like, let's say the inverter went out in the middle of the night and it was a blizzard, more than likely, there wouldn't need to be anybody to access the site until the next day, if that's the point you're trying to get at. It wouldn't be somebody going out there that night to get, plow all the snow and get into that panel. It would be probably the next day when it's convenient for them. And he's right, it would be contractual as far as, I want to buy as much electricity from the site as possible. So it would be contractually, I don't want them to be offline, I want them to generate. So we're going to say maybe no more than 36 hours, so 24 hours that site can be offline without.
That's fine, that's not really, that's
Question
really
is
not
where the snow is gonna
germane.
go.
Yeah, are you gonna plow that road on a regular?
Totally
If
understood.
you have
Yeah.
the worst conditions possible, as we did several years ago, and I live right down the street from one of the transformer stations off of Daniels Road, you're gonna have to do something with the snow. And that snow really can't go on other people's property, it should probably stay on site. And you need to at least earmark or designate a location in that type of event to have that snow removal deposits.
Actually, I don't know what they're gonna do with the snow, but the Smith Lane cell tower folks managed to get in there without any
No
negative
problems.
impact to our vernal pool resource, which is right 3 feet off the edge of the woods road there. I didn't see the guy do it, but when I went
They
in there.
did plow it.
They did plow
Yeah,
it because
I
they
remember.
need much more accessibility
And
to
that's where I went
monitoring
snow shoeing, and then there
communications
wasn't anything
facilities.
there.
Did they leave the snow on site?
Yeah.
As near as I can tell.
Well, I
They
mean,
just banked it on the side.
On the
The
sides.
guy was
And
really
that-
creative.
That's understandable, and that's fine, but, maybe there might be a contingency for anything that's excessive, as we have seen in the past. Just putting it out there, something to think about.
You're going to use the existing telephone poles that go into the property, did you say?
They'll need to be changed, but they'll go into pretty much the same locations that there are right now.
They require any special base construction or standard telephone poles? or
Standard telephone
Electrical poles, what do
Yeah.
you probably say?
The standard
Utility
ones we
poles.
do. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I'd like to just verbally report to the commission in regards to the site visit that was held there. And I'm gonna put Dave on the spot to tell me whether we modified the plans, because the first thing we talked about in regards to the construction of this access drive was it's recognizable that they put a turnaround here, and that's for emergency vehicles. But also, as you heard, once the site is constructed, there is no need for permanent travel, two-way travel, or anything like that to get to the site. So the only reason for this access road is to really give the seasonal access that may result in, quarterly mowings to maintain the herbaceous cover, or maybe even less than that. So the discussion was whether this needed to be the same width and built to the same specifications that the primary access way is. Maybe you can respond as to whether this, in fact, whether you're submitting a modified plan, whether that.
Yeah, so the plan that we're actually looking at here is modified based on our site meeting from the other day. The site plan that was submitted showed a 20-foot wide access. We've discussed that conversation we had at the site as far as reducing the width of the access road down, and this plan shows it as being 18 feet wide. That was what.
But it's 18 continuous all the way to
Yes.
the hammerhead turnaround?
Yes, except for this point here where it's a little bit narrower. It actually narrows down to 16 feet wide, just because there's a little bit of a pinch point there with the existing wetlands and some other features out on the site there.
Now, we also discussed that present conditions are that there is a collapsed culvert here, which actually provides the hydraulic connection between these, what appear to be disassociated, but more than likely during seasonal events are in fact connected. And so they will be putting a fully functioning culvert in there.
Yep.
We also, let's see, what else did we discuss? Just as a point of reference, this isolated vegetative wetlands does have indications that present that there might be a historic underdrain, subsurface drain, that extends from them and possibly goes down to the irrigation pond, which was the other request I had. They had an area there that didn't have any label, and you were just supposed to know it was a pond. So, so some of the suggestions I had for further improvements to the plan are, first off, that the wetland resource areas be properly named, represented in a legend, and tied to the symbology that I discussed with the applicant if they wished for confirmation of the delineation. We looked at the wetlands delineation line where it had an effect, quote unquote, extending buffer zone into the project site. I didn't necessarily go and examine the flagging of this or this off-property one, because they weren't necessarily germane to affecting our project. So that means that your plan should also have a notation giving attribution to the delineation to CCAMP Environmental with the approximate date, or at least the month and the year when the delineation was performed. In regards to stormwater, my suggestion is that the commission communicate with the planning board as we've done in the past, and specifically request that their technical review consultant analyze the stormwater drainage calculations for the project to provide verification. And also we'll need a clarification as to whether this project also triggers permitting under the stormwater and erosion control bylaw. I believe this project is also going to require filing under NIFTI's, correct? National Pollution.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you're going to be developing a SWEP plan?
Yes, there's actually a draft SWIP in the materials we submitted.
So we will probably, I'll be suggesting to the commission that be conditioned, that once the SWEP plan is actually finalized, that it be submitted to the commission for review, and the commission at that point can decide whether they just want an office review or whatever, but that would occur prior to construction occurring on the site, but not necessarily happen.
You know, you can get all that info before the next meeting?
Well, no, that is going to be a condition, so it's not contingent upon the issuance of an order, because unless they move really, really quickly. Other than
The
that.
SWIP requires the contractor's name and contact information on that, which hasn't been lined up yet. So.
So I don't know if the commissioners have anything else.
Can I just clarify
Sure.
something on the
Yeah.
wetland? So I just want to point out something. The larger wetland boundary all the way around the outside, that's your typical, this is a large wooded swamp, so this is bordering vegetated wetland. The isolated wetland systems, just so the commission's aware, this is actually, if you were out there and you looked at this, you're looking at a portion of the plowed field. So don't be alarmed that this roadway is being sort of squeezed in between two wetland systems. This wetland system is an open marsh, sort of open meadow portion of the larger BVW. This is strictly a portion of the plowed field. It's got an area of hydric soils. It's a small depression. You couldn't tell the distinction between that and any other portion of the cornfield if you were out there. These two isolated areas are part of the central area in the field. I picked them up. Again, they have wetland vegetation in them. They're technically wetlands, but you walk, probably most folks would walk right by them. I think Brent may agree with that.
Well, except for the big hunkin' willows that are stuck in them because the
Correct.
farmer wanted to dry them out.
Yeah, well, no, I think what happened is, as I think you alluded to, in my opinion, this is one of those old ag sites, like all our ag sites, with tile drains, and this was manipulated for maximum production. And so this area is actually a water collection on purpose, both to drain the fields out, but also probably at one point to get some more irrigation to the irrigation units.
That access road is sized to allow emergency vehicles, like ambulances and fire trucks in.
You said 20 feet wide, right?
No.
It's 16 at one
Oh,
point.
16?
It started off being 20.
Oh, okay.
From the site visit, I made the suggestion that it be reduced based on, that it was really only going to be for periodic.
Well,
maintenance.
16 would be wide enough for an emergency vehicle. I would say.
We may reduce it to 60. We'll check with the fire department, police department, fire department in particular. No need for hooking an iron in there, but definitely an emergency vehicle. And based on the conversation earlier, we will revisit the length, width of the road.
Based on this, what's?
Well, with the applicant's permission, I believe we should continue.
Can I ask one more question? Is there an estimated construction cost?
I do not have that yet. Do we have?
An estimated construction cost, there was something, there's drafts. I mean, the fact is, a lot of equipment hasn't been procured specifically because we need to finalize through iterations of the permitting process. I know we worked through estimates with the town assessors and the selectmen in negotiating the pilot, but there is not a detailed construction cost estimate.
Oh, I'm not looking for detail. I'm looking for just a rough construction cost you probably must have thrown out at some point.
We can have other sites that are typically the same size, that maybe have been implemented already.
You could say, let's see, at a typical cost of a ground mount project of this size could be in the range of $2.50 per watt, which would end up being, call it $1.3 to $1.5 million for the total project cost.
Okay, thank you.
That's kind of a blended average kind of rate.
I have a motion from anybody to move this to our next meeting?
I'll make that motion.
July 12th. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to change the order. Have us go through the harbor master. we'll jump over the next one and then come back to it. He's giving me that look like he's got nothing to do.
I'm happy to come in. Thanks for making some time for me.
What?
He doesn't have a fee.
Yeah. I'll be quick. That should be.
It's on his, it doesn't come on his, if he doesn't get it, it should come on.
Let me just read it briefly.
Yeah, well, there isn't an application simple.
All right, this is a discussion and a request from the harbor master, William Demento, to restore the beach swimming area at the town common landing area owned by the Raleigh Board of Selectmen, to expand the grassed area at 81 and 89 Warehouse Lane, map 26, parcel lots 10 and 11, at Warehouse Lane Conservation Area owned by the Raleigh Conservation Committee. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. Good evening, all. First of all, I'd like to postpone any discussion on the beach area. I've not had a chance to talk with Frank yet, Brett, and the health agent, and I'd like to do that first. He and I have been playing phone tag. Okay. So I'd like to postpone that.
Well, may I give you another footnote to that? Because in case you haven't picked up from how this is referenced in the agenda, that property is under the care and custody of the Board of Selectmen. The Conservation Commission would not entertain anything in regards to that unless it's also sanctified and authorized by the Board of Selectmen.
Perfect.
Because we don't have jurisdictional authority over the management of that property.
Okay, perfect.
Just as protocol.
Thank you.
What about the second half?
On the second half, Town Raleigh, growing community, continues to grow. We've got a great asset down there in the town lane where people are able, town residents only, it's exclusive to town residents, are able to launch their boats on a seasonal basis, and some of the commercial climbers are doing that on a year-round basis. An asset that many towns wish they had. And it's an asset that we've maintained for residents only because we've not accepted any funding from the state. The state would, in about 2 seconds flat, offer us millions of dollars to improve that capital investment so that anybody from the state could access that site for waterway access. We've not asked for, and we've not reached out to obtain any of that money. Basically, we don't have the infrastructure to do it. First of all, the land across the street from the launch ramp is owned by the Conservation Commission. It is conservation land, and I certainly am not looking to change that and get involved with any state so that we can open it up to the general public and turn it into a big affair. It's a nice, quiet town. Kind of enjoy keeping it that way. So what I'm approaching you with tonight is a request to see if we can extend the grass area into the wooded area at the top of the field. We've now done it on 2 occasions since I've been harbor master, since 1979 now. We did it in the lower half behind the chained area directly across from the launch ramp with a volunteer effort, and then probably 15 years ago we did it again with the permission and under the auspices of the Conservation Commission for the upper half. Looking to see if we might be able to extend that. It's a passive recreation where people are basically just parking their vehicles and trailers in the field during the peak of the season from Memorial Day to Labor Day. After that, there's limited use, frankly, for that whole area. But from Memorial Day to Labor Day, or we'll say April 15th to October 15th, is the primary season for the boaters. Between Memorial Day and Labor Day, we have several peak weekends. They've been becoming more and more frequent where we have overflow parking onto Warehouse Lane into the residential neighborhood. And it can be quite hectic and chaotic. And so far, so good, knock on wood, close by, that nobody's been hurt, and we've not had any anxious people threatening others, especially during greenhead season. What I'm looking to do is see if we can increase the parking area by roughly 40 to 60,000 square feet. So it'll be an acre to an acre and a half. On the top side of that field, extending back into the woods, not creating a concern with neighbors by coming any closer to the road than we already are. And I look to the Conservation Commission to see if this is something that you would accept as activity in this area on land that was purchased by self-help funds in town of Raleigh funding several years ago, probably 35, 40 years ago now. It was the GN Chettle land, I believe. Is that?
You took, the highway took down a bunch of trees, and I gave you some more.
No. All that did is it eliminated a couple of dead trees that were going.
Eliminated a threat of someone getting conked on the head.
Yeah, ground some stumps out of there a couple of years ago.
Exactly, yeah, but no, all that did is took out some threatening trees, and with the news over the past year of several people being killed by rogue dead trees, it just seemed prudent that we address it. The highway department and the light department were great about going down with their resources and removing them. They've still got some debris to remove out of the area, and a big stump to remove from the parking area. It was in the middle of the parking lot.
Now, you haven't gone and walked what you'd like with Brent, or marked it out or anything?
Remember that show? There was this little robot that said, "Danger, Will Robinson." So I'm going to say danger, Will Robinson, because as we discussed at the last meeting, there is conservation restriction on both of those parcels. There are 2 parcels there. There are also, I believe I also mentioned, because I was honest about it, was the fact that I was having a problem finding the original conservation restriction from the original self-help grant purchase. And that therefore I could only model or reference my comments to the Pearly Land Swap, which was the most recent and most attainable in the files as far as conservation restriction. So there needs to be, without commenting positively or negatively in regards to what the harbor master is proposing here, there needs to be appropriate due diligence done, because in my experience, and I've now handled upwards of 16 conservation restrictions, they're all pretty consistent in trying to maintain the physical characteristics of the property as they're done, as they're obtained. And they all refer to, some of them even outright refer to just the aesthetics of woods being there, but other ones specifically identify the fact that there's not supposed to be forestry unless it's being done in response to either fire control. Some might even allow a forest harvesting plan, but then it has to be an actual approved plan. Where I'm going with this is that you usually have to find out how the property was described when it was obtained, how they phrased the restrictions on it, whether they outright restricted clearing of vegetative cover, i.e. cutting of the forest. So it might not even be allowed to do a conversion of quote-unquote wooded or shrub to herbaceous layer, but I'm speculating right now. I'm just saying that that is a consistent, every single conservation CR I've seen in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts all usually starts off with protecting however the existing conditions are. And now the Commonwealth even wants you to file a plan that doesn't just have the survey boundaries, they want to have the outline of where the edge of the woods is, where the meadows are and stuff like that, specifically for this reason, that they want to have some type of reference point. So that being said, we or someone would need to try and find, first off, if there was some kind of reference plan, if in fact that plan talked about where cover was, i.e. forest or field. There's also the aspect that we also could possibly look in historic aerial photography. There is some of that available to see what the extent of field was whether it's closed in, and therefore an argument could be made to restore it. Which is kind of what we did the other year, where we did that edge management, where there had been creep.
Two years
Field
ago, we
edge
did edge management,
Yeah.
but about
Yeah.
15 years ago, you and I
So-
walked and delineated an area that physically got cut back in that upper field. And
Not me, maybe a predecessor or something.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
Purington.
Yeah.
Tim Purington.
Yeah, because I did the cut.
See, you just lump all of us tall, handsome guys together all the time.
Sorry.
But Bill, you understand where?
I do, I do.
So, would you like that job to track down the original?
I'll call the
It
state.
very well.
I'll find that.
Well, it might be right in the office.
It-
in the
I
selectmen's
know
office.
Selectmen's office.
And those,
No, no, no.
we're talking 30, 40, what, was that 30 years ago? that this
It's
happened?
probably closer to 40.
It probably
GM had
does.
the property, I believe.
It probably does
Something like
reference
79.
storage and parking of both. That's what that original fence was.
Yeah. Well, I know that when we got involved with the Pearly Land Swap, it was a long process, and part of that process was identifying the original deeds from the GN Shudder. So we'll be able to find it quite easily through the Southwest Registry of Deeds. So I'll take the task of finding that, we'll come up with that. And all I wanted to do is start the process. I don't expect we'll be able to do anything this year, but this is one of those things where the town has grown, the economy has
It's gonna
changed.
keep growing.
And fortunately, the economy has changed, and people are starting to use their boats again, and more of them. And frankly, it's just a great area. It'd be a shame to have it turn into a bit of chaos down there if we can avoid it and continue to allow that passive recreation at times of the year. At the same time, we were also asked by the state when we went through the Pearly Land Swap to put a sign up down there that shows that land can be used by anybody from anywhere.
Right.
To,
because of the state
to
lines.
access the, whatever. The launch ramp is different, that's town-owned land, and we maintain it as town-owned land, and we'll continue to do that, because we're not trying to go after and build a monstrous infrastructure like that down in the town of Winthrop for the municipality and the boats that go back and forth to Boston.
So anybody can park in that land, just you can't launch your boat.
Can't launch a boat, exactly. So the way we manage it is anybody with a trailer has to have a town permit.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody without a trailer, we can and don't manage that, so.
The ball's in your court. Why don't you get in touch with us as soon as you get that and or the beach.
Okay, so we'll get that, and then we can get back together and decide whether or not it's, number one, feasible, and if so, we can look at
Well,
delineation.
again, we have to, we have to research that stuff and see what framework they put in place that we need to recognize. With the other caveat that there very may well have to be a request made to the state.
Yeah.
The state may have to get involved in this.
We'll start the ball in motion.
That's all.
Yeah, you gotta find out what the framework, what the foundation was for accepting that property, and then see what rules they put in place, and then see what that gives us as a direction to go in.
Bill, I vaguely remember from years ago, discussion in the newspapers about people that wanted to launch boats or clammers from the town of Georgetown.
Yeah, we've been approached twice since 1979, since I've been harbor master.
I mean, they claimed they had a grandfather right to do that.
It's actually in the town charter.
For digging.
For digging.
Recreation.
But what it didn't do is it didn't specify, well, excuse me, I'll back up a second. It did specify that they had to ante up their fair share of expenses associated with maintaining the area, the launch ramp, et cetera, for access, as well as the climate flats. They've never done that. They've never offered to do that. What I did is I ended up going with the Board of Selectmen, Raleigh Board of Selectmen, to the Georgetown Board of Selectmen, and made a presentation showing them an estimate of what these expenses would have been dating back to the years of the charter, and showed them with interest and taxes that it would be a pretty exorbitant amount, and we'd be happy to discuss it if they were willing to discuss this amount. They said, "Thank you very much, see you later." So that case has come up twice, and typically it's by a resident that got wind of the fact that it is in the charter, which it is, but the town of Georgetown never accepted their obligation to maintain that, both physically or financially, and just let it go. So.
Thank you, that's interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of history. So, well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And
So may I suggest that the commission consider offering a motion to give these two topics or this one item an open continuance? That means it would be under the obligation of Mr. Demento to approach the office and request them to be brought back forward. And hopefully we'll have some homework.
So moved. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, Bill, the gentleman who's a...
Oh, Frank Price, one of my assistants.
Frank Price?
Yes, town resident as well.
Well, of course, I didn't think you'd bring an outside gun to try and...
Kind of knew it, only been for like 27 years.
He's from Georgetown.
Is the Raleigh Light Company gonna purchase residential? You know, put the solar on the house?
No.
Only commercial?
No, we have a number of residents that have solar on their homes now.
You purchasing?
No, strictly for the homeowners use. This would be commercial purchased by basically all residents.
Okay.
Kind of the same thing all over again,
Yeah.
except for 5-10 minutes before time.
All right, so let me read that, and then we can start backwards, or do you wanna go forward to?
Well,
Okay,
we're
what can we-
consistently going to start with a discussion about the bylaw,
About
the waiver
the
request
fees.
prior to opening the hearing.
Yeah. All right. All right, let's start on the fees, that's good, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the 510 Newburyport Turnpike site, portion of the site if you can help me out, particularly in terms of the location in the Mill River.
Yes, it's actually, it's just off the page there, but it does project a 200-foot riverfront onto our property. This is a zoomed in portion of the
Just,
property.
if you can point out Route 1 down there to the right.
Yep.
There's Route 1. All right, so there's a 200-foot boundary line off the Mill River, banks of the Mill River. What my client is proposing is a conservation restriction for the entire 200 feet as it crosses the boundary into the site. With respect to the request for the waiver of the disturbance.
No, does that road exist there now?
No.
So nothing exists there now, right?
Correct.
So this is all clearing of land, building a road, is that a stream they're gonna go across?
Well, before this, so the commission received a waiver request letter authored by Attorney Beekers here on June 6th. And she didn't set forth any specificity in terms of what you're talking about tonight, correct?
Correct.
Correct, okay. So that, that letter accompanied the filing, and the filing contained a bylaw fee, a Town of Raleigh Wetlands Protection Bylaw Fee worksheet, which is filled out for the following. Under project, we have D, drainage, detention, retention basins. Temporary basins are exempt, so this is a permanent basin. $500 each per basin, plus $2 per 100 cubic feet of basin within a resource area as described by this bylaw. They calculated 6,000 cubic feet for an extended fee of $620. Then they also declared category F, commercial and industrial projects, $500 for each building plus 50 cents per square foot of disturbance in a resource area as described by this bylaw. They declared 73,500 square feet, with an extended fee calculation here of $36,750. So the total sum of the fees is $37,290, just so we know what we're.
I think the question was just very topically, and I might have Pat jump up here in a second, but the site is pretty much wooded. Tag-along fences here. There is a wetland area here, and we had originally proposed the roadway, which I think is in your set of plans, to come up and sort of skirt that and come up and access the site this way. After our site inspection and in consideration of the existing conditions on the site, including the nature of the wetlands, we thought it would be much more, less intrusive, if you will, on the wetland resources by doing an actual crossing here. I think Pat can address that in terms of the nature of the wetlands themselves. But I think what's also important is in this area here, where we had originally proposed the road, it was discovered some filling, assumably by an abutter, into the wetland resource area with significant amount of debris. So our proposal would be to actually remove that and restore it in consideration to a certain extent of the crossing. The crossing itself, and maybe Dave or Pat could address it, but really entails a culvert here to make sure that these wetlands remain the way they were to a certain extent. But this area is pretty much all wooded, and that is the area that would be developed. And again, as consideration for the fee is the 200-foot that David pointed out earlier that would preserve that specific area for the conservation resources and fauna and whatnot.
Can you point out where that area is?
Yeah.
The 200-foot river?
I can do that. So, just want to clarify, Mr. Chairman, for your quick question, you talked about the crossing. That's not a stream crossing. It's simply an area that it's sort of a pinch point between two wetland systems that are out there, and in my opinion, that actually was an old farm crossing. It's kind of deteriorated, but it is a bit of a rise there. So there's no channel, there's no flow, there's no stream channel. In fact, this sort of traps water a little bit.
Vernal in nature?
No, not a vernal pool. I was out there during the vernal pool season. I verified that there was no breeding activity. But vernal in nature, that it does pond water in the spring. Correct. Ephemeral, if you will, yeah. Then, Kirk, the question is, this is a slope, sort of a north-facing slope that eventually, we talked about the Mill River, the whole Mill River complex, then closest point the Mill River comes is in this little point here. This is the old, if you're familiar with that, I don't know if anybody's been out there, but there's an old mill dam that's been collapsed. So this was originally the mill impoundment. Beaver have moved in, there's been some beaver activity. This basically heads diagonally away, so the riverfront itself is sort of in this portion of the site. It's a wooded slope. This would be valuable, in my opinion, as appropriate as a conservation restriction. It would provide both continuity, like a corridor continuity along that Mill River complex, as well as providing, good wildlife upland habitat adjacent to the larger wetland system, as well as providing, food source, nesting, typical wildlife habitat attributes, and cover for critters that might be using that whole system. So it's a valuable part of the site. You also still have your undisturbed buffer area pretty much down to the southwest portion of the site that would also be remaining intact, and that would also provide a corridor kind of habitat. This is all continuity to the BVW boundary. I did not separate the two. We actually talked about, would I have done it differently had I not been out there in the late winter to see some of the more herbaceous, upland herbaceous stuff that's coming in on the road surface there. But the wetland delineation is, I'll endorse it as I want it, but it's a very narrow crossing at that location.
Thank you.
Attorney Beatrice, we had a conversation today, so, talking about different types of CRs, conservation restrictions. So this would be a permanent restriction that would be submitted to the state for their approval.
Correct.
And this would be for all the 200-foot Mill River riverfront property that's on
Yes.
510
Yes.
Newburyport Turnpike?
Yes.
So we're probably going to need a little bit more qualification on that. But one of the submitted plans, sheet TP1, showing the existing conditions of the property, gives us a little frame of reference here. So there's an abutting single-family residence, which is right here. So here's the edge of the project. Here's that abutting residence used as a marker, shown clearly here. Here's the 200-foot riverfront area. Here's the Mill River, which forms the rear boundary of parcel, going all the way down here.
Where's the boundary here?
Well, we have to go to a map sheet for that. This is Town of Raleigh conservation land, already held by the commission on behalf of the town. Here is the newest, or one of the newer conservation parcels from the Hillside Street single-family residence that carved off the last remaining parcel of the Cataray Nominee Trust, where in order to mitigate for a $14,000 single-family driveway bylaw fee, they decided to give to the commission.
How many acres is
parcel.
that?
So, well, yeah, that's kind of what we're, probably know, but I guess, so the commission certainly should see that there's a little difference in the discussion here, and that there's possibly less of a need to meet the minds here, or whatever, or to understand.
Can you get back to us with what their acreage would be and the full amount here?
Of course.
Now, on this uncleared land, you've obviously checked it for any kind of habitat.
Yeah, I mean, I know it pretty well. I've walked across it on several
Or did you
occasions.
mean whether any of this was state listed for rare or
Right,
estimated habitat or priority habitat?
We're outside of the priority
I
habitat.
think this is identified though on biomap though as being core habitat.
I don't know, Brett, I don't know.
I think it is listed somehow. So anyway, the offering of a conservation restriction that the commission would hold, and the present owner would still retain ownership of that acreage, with it being contiguous to previously preserved open space, as well as along the riverine corridor here, which has significant wildlife habitat value, and also would prevent development activities in the floodplain of said river. There certainly is
Which you
some
can't do
value.
anyway, so, yeah.
There is some value there, so.
From my perspective, it's a significant, diverse habitat.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the extent of.
Well, it's a very large
Yeah.
parcel too,
Yeah.
so this is, yeah.
Which way is the Mill River flowing on this map?
Flowing in the north direction
Yeah.
here, goes
Right,
north
here.
here.
This would have been
Flowing
the
up.
old mill structure.
Saying the conservation restriction with parallel what?
Parallel to the river, this right here.
If it's all the riverfront that's on 510 Newburyport Turnpike, it's going down beyond there to whatever the map sheet is. So its acreage is probably already exceeds the acreage for the proposed project, but that's
That
just my
does
looking
get our
at it.
attention, I would think.
So this is off-site from that area?
Yes, Yes.
Well, it's on the same property though, it's adjacent to
Well,
it.
that's what I didn't
The
know.
200 riverfront area is right here,
Okay.
and part of the Mill River is right there.
So it follows
So
the Mill
this
River.
little section of the Mill River right there, and here's the 200-foot riverfront area. So, but then, what they're proposing to cover by a CR goes way off of that.
You
I'm
can
sorry,
kind
I didn't mean
of
to
get
point
get
it.
a sense here. So this hatched area is what's shown on this plan,
Yeah.
and this is the boundary of the property, which is the Mill River, all along that edge there.
So all that land.
Yeah, the 200 foot, which you literally can't do anything with anyway. You can't-
Well,
can't
no,
build
you
on it.
can, you can develop 10% of the 200-foot riverfront area, you can propose that for development under current regulatory standards. Now, we don't know what all that 200-foot riverfront is, it could be all floodplain bordering vegetated
right.
wetlands and beaver lodges.
One thing we can say about this is that it's not less disturbance than what was there before.
Oh, no, but,
Yeah.
True. But, do they have to do a, endangered species, sign on there?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a protocol, and the state has a model CR, and the state also requires municipal certification of the conservation values of the property. This would also entail the development of a baseline report. So, it would be a significant effort to achieve protection of that, but it's also a significant offer of a valuable resource that one could say is certainly deserving of the commission's consideration in regards for a request for waiving that bylaw fee. There is certainly going to be some time and expense involved in it. It would more than likely need to be conditioned as a requirement because I believe there's absolutely no way it could be accomplished prior to us issuing the permit, but as long as we were all under the understanding and that once it becomes a condition of the permit, that there needs to be achievement of a state-approved perpetual CR with the accompanying documentation and stuff, that then makes it a requirement of the permit, which is enforceable and stuff.
It's my understanding as well.
We did the same thing with Forest Ridge.
Yeah.
They hired LEC, not that I mean to mention your competitors or whatever.
Dan's very proud.
Yeah, no, we did the photo base point, report and everything and stuff. And, it was, again, achieved a significant protection of a resource that wasn't totally, quote unquote, not without value, because again, 10% of riverfront, but, could be impacted.
So, just so I get the sense of the board, the commission is interested in the land area total being proposed.
Yeah, so we can say, you're gonna give, you would offer us the restriction, this much square footage, acreage, along this area, in exchange for, the fee or some of the fee or whatever, and then,
It helps providing some qualitative measurement to what the offer is, so that it can be compared to the either reduction or waiving of the entire $37,000 fee.
Qualitative?
Qualitative. Qualitative and quantitative.
especially because of the location in regards to the other land that.
Well, it's always kind of a,
Gives us a buffer.
well, you like protecting a river, unfortunately, we must be greedy because we usually like to do both banks. So it is kind of frustrating when you're only able to achieve protection on one bank of the river, knowing that there's a 50-50 chance that wildlife probably likes the other bank just as well.
Where is the inverter going to be here?
The equipment pad is right here.
Is that considered a building
more like a transformer than a building permit.
It's like a utility box.
Do you walk in those, the inverter building like you do no?
No, sir. How high is the fencing proposed with it?
7 feet tall.
Well,
I don't know.
we're
Deer-
kinda entering
like
into
deer
the
going over that
context.
and jumping into your glass
Yeah,
panel.
yeah, what's,
The same on the other side.
we gotta read that and start that before we get into
So I
this
would
discussion.
say the commission is amenable to consideration of waiving the bylaw fee. They are requesting
More information.
quantitative and qualitative information in regards to the acreage that is proposed for covering of the CR. With that being said, the commission wished to offer a motion to continue this to the July 12th hearing to give them time to submit some specifics to that CR proposal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, would you care to read the legal ad and open?
This is the legal notice for the Raleigh Conservation Commission. In accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Law 131, Section 40 of the amended Town of Raleigh Wetlands Protection Bylaw, a public hearing will be held on Tuesday, June 21st, 2016 at 9 p.m. The Town Hall Annex located at 39 Central Street to consider a notice of intent for the application filed by Matt Marino
Marino, Friday.
from Brighton for the proposed construction of a 5-acre, 650 kilowatts solar photovoltaic system, new gravel access drive, utilities, grading, stormwater facilities, possibly within 100-foot buffer zone bordering vegetated wetlands at 510 Newport Turnpike, map 19, parcel 8, lot 4A in Rowley. Go ahead.
Again, my name's Dave LaPointe with Beals and Thomas from Southborough, Mass. As you can see, the proposed area is just the smaller portion of a much larger site. The site is actually about 33 acres. It's located off to the west side of Route 1. Actually, this access point is across from Olive's Cafe, just to give you some context of where this is located. And on either side of this access road here, and access into the site, are two Town of Rowley conservation parcels already identified, I believe now.
Tax title taking.
Oh.
And the one that I'm worried about may have even been sold, but I'm trying to verify that with the assessment.
Okay.
So, but I still want to see the center line
Yes.
staking.
Yes. Okay. So of the 33-acre parcel, we're proposing to construct a 650 kilowatt solar array on about 5 acres of the property. Similar to the other site, the proposal is to have an 18-foot wide gravel access road that comes in. As was mentioned, the plans that were submitted proposed a road coming around this wetland area and across this area that was filled. But based on the site visit with the agent, the recommendation was to realign this roadway across this pinch point, including a culvert to keep these two wetland systems connected, and then provide access to the array. Again, just similar to the other one, this also would be fenced with a 7-foot high chain link fence. The equipment pad, again, is located within that fenced area. In this particular case, the site is a wooded site currently, so in order to construct this, we would do some clearing of those trees and some slight regrading, trying to work with the topography of the land. But as a result of that clearing, the stormwater design does include a basin in this area. So any stormwater rainfall that falls onto the panels and onto the ground within this area will flow across the ground, be collected in this low point, and then the roadway actually somewhat acts as the barrier or the berm to prevent controls the release of that water across from that stormwater basin and over towards the wetlands. But this has been designed in accordance with the stormwater handbook as well as Rowley's stormwater regulations, so that the rate of runoff meets or exceeds, or does not exceed, I should say, the rate as it flows currently across the site on the wooded site. And that's documented in our stormwater calculations that were provided with the filing. Again, in this case, like I said, the equipment is located here. There'll be utility poles installed along the roadway to provide the wiring to supply the electricity out to the existing infrastructure that's located out in Route 1. And again, it's a system that's going to be providing electricity to the municipal light plant. And as mentioned earlier too, so as opposed to routing that access road around this way and having to go across the wetland, in this case, the proposal is now to renovate, restore this area that's been disturbed with some fill and some miscellaneous debris in there, to restore it to have that 25 and 50-foot buffer to the extent practical. We are kind of pinched up against the property line there, and we'll do what we can with the constraints that are present.
Have you notified the abutters?
The abutters were notified in this particular case similar to the way they were on the other site.
Is there any contact, any response?
Yeah. I don't have any green cards tonight, but I'll see that we have those.
Yeah.
So, I'm just going to jump in here because there's some things that changed, and they changed in response to the site visit. And I want to make sure that the commission sort of understands why those changes are manifesting themselves on a revised plan at the first hearing that we're opening. So, you'll recall that we recently had permitting issues, and we're going to talk about the order of conditions issued for the property that we most familiarly call the Agawam fence, folks, which had historic usage. I guess a bar or lounge or something was there prior to. So when the first iteration of the plan, they were practicing avoidance. They were avoiding a crossing that was going to result in some filling of BVW. When we went over to this portion of the site, now remember, I've only seen this, haven't been able to walk on it because I had no permission to enter onto 510 Newburyport Turnpike. I could only interface with the Agawam fence people, where I encouraged them and we required them to put posts into the ground to mark their boundary because they had equipment stored over there, they had other artifacts from fencing installations, etc. Well, it was much more extensive than I realized. Once I got to checking the delineation with Seacamp and Company here, we discovered going over to here, you could see obvious signs of dump fill. You could see mortared section of old masonry, stone wall things mortared together. Gosh knows what the heck they were. Weights for moorings for ocean liners or something deposited there. So I didn't tell them to change and do this. I just said there seemed like there was the opportunity that if they did a crossing here, they could very easily mitigate and replicate the filled BVW by releasing the filled BVW over here, and at the same time they could do a restoration of the impacted buffer zone and basically restore what we like to see as an undisturbed 25-foot no-cut, no-disturbance area, which had obviously been disturbed. There's absolutely no mistaking that there's a bunch of fill and other solid waste that's been deposited there. It's not, no indications of any toxics or anything else like that, just benign, mainly concrete stuff and then a bunch of fill. So that's why you're seeing this. So So they are responding to the fact that the economics for their road construction actually will counterbalance their doing restoration and stuff over here, or at least it makes it amenable for them considering doing that. With the fact that with the requirement that they would have to maintain an appropriate hydraulic connection so that these wetland systems will continue to function. But you can see, as Pat pointed out, Pat Seacrank pointed out when we were out there, you could stand right there and you could see the slight rise for where this historic cart path or woods road went across there. You could see somewhat of a vegetational change, but I certainly defer to his expertise. He's been doing wetlands delineation longer than I've been involved in it, and he continued to support the fact that there was bordering vegetated wetlands that was contiguous across here. So that's an explanation for that. Hopefully, as long as the commission is all comfortable with it, because you could certainly say that
I have
no,
no
you don't
problem,
want to
if
see
that's not a
wetlands.
stream, I have no problem with having just as long as the culvert is
No,
more than adequate.
there is absolutely no sign of any type of channelized flow
Yeah.
in that area.
But, no, good plastic culvert is, lasts longer than anybody here will.
Well, well, and it's just to provide that connection. So the other thing that,
And the road is, gonna be a 16-footer again?
We have it at 18.
18. Now, is there a road from, can you see that entrance from the road right now? Is there existing? No.
no, there's nothing.
It's gonna be an impervious or pervious road?
It's gonna be gravel.
Question, could you describe the nature of the fencing that you're talking about? I assume they're the same for both sites.
Chain link fence, 7 feet tall. It's
Unless you take that to 10 feet, deer will go right over that. You don't want deer in there, especially during rutting season.
They are going to have cover to go around that.
Deer, if there are traveled paths going through there where deer normally go, they will continue to go there.
Right, and they'll just jump over it.
Right, but they won't.
When they jump in, they'll jump out.
Not necessarily. Particularly if they injure themselves or crash into those glass panels. That's a different kind of maintenance you may have to consider here. I speak from experience with people that I know that have the need to put deer fencing up, and it's flimsier than what you're talking about, but that whole area is loaded with deer. So I recommend it go higher than.
What's the electric company? That's got like 10 foot.
That substation, it's only 7 foot.
7 foot. And that's just basically the kids that keep
Yeah,
up.
it's basically for vandals and that.
We'll certainly look into that and see what our experience is with that.
Yeah, there must be a recommendation out there.
I don't know if Pat's already evidence of it, but I do know that this is on the top of a knoll. And my experience with deer is limited. I'm not sure that they, I think they'd be more likely to follow through the valleys and the wetlands than cross over.
I've got a knoll on my property and I see deer up there.
This side will go flattened out anyways, right?
It will be.
Graded.
We'll certainly look into it.
I mean, I'm all in favor of getting rid of the deer. I'm sure.
All right, any other questions?
I have some other
Go ahead.
comments in regards to this, if I may. So the same comment for these plan sheets as with the other ones, and that is that the wetland resource areas get appropriately labeled, reference that there be a legend that will, relate to the symbology that's used, et cetera. In this particular So stormwater management, again, the same recommendation that the commission will communicate to the planning board and request that their technical consultant carefully review this submittal both for the stormwater bylaw and compliance with Wetlands Protection Act regulations. I was kind of dismayed that first off, there wasn't a good representation of the basin, dimensions, elevations. I also wondered what kind of flows you're getting out of this thing that require you to have a 16-foot wide stone riprap emergency spillway. 8-lot, 12-lot subdivision? Sure. Well, what in the world are you generating? You know, given everything you just told us about country gardens with nice, stable, herbaceous cover, meadow maintained or whatever, why in the world do we need a 16-foot wide emergency spillway coming out of this thing? Turcotte Memorial Drive, which has 4 or 5 commercial warehouses out there, the emergency spillway on the basin there is only 6 feet wide. Well, but nothing is, this is just meant to provide relief if the basin does get overwhelmed.
Right. That's the intent, is that's like, this is kind of the relief point, the low point here, that once this basin fills up in a 100-year storm, we'll be able to flow across that road, and so the riprap is just to prevent any erosion or channelization. But we can double check that.
Yeah, I mean, you may get back to me and say that that's okay. It just intuitively to me
seems,
from being into subdivision projects or whatever, where I've seen smaller installations.
Yep.
But again, you know, if your engineer says that he won't put his stamp on it unless it's that, because that's what it has to be. But I also would like to see a better representation of the basin on the plans, to know what the elevation of the bottom is, what the elevation of the berm. It's really hard for me to tell from the plan, and I realize you've revised it, but I still don't see any more clarity as to the extent and nature of it than was on the original submittal. The other thing is, don't you have a slightly different perspective on this one? Because you're clearing mature woods, are you not going to have a vegetation management plan that extends beyond the fenced-in panel area? I'm specifically looking at the section of the 100-foot buffer zone that is, that is down there, that's going to be cleared. So aren't you going to need to file with us some type of protocol for management of woody stem vegetation? Aren't you going to need to dissuade the trees from recolonizing there, because they'll start shading the panels?
Right, and there is some information about the operation and maintenance of this, and that
good.
would include this area as well as the areas in between the rows of panels in terms of...
Right, but mowing between the panels is slightly different from just going out and, all right, so I should look for it there. You're telling me there's some specificity in there?
Well, I don't know how detailed it gets in terms of dividing, you know, this area maintenance versus outside the fence maintenance.
No, I would say that the O&M plan as written doesn't address that, but that we can address that.
Okay, well, that does need to be addressed. And also, and I apologize, I should know what the name of this is because I've seen it on other proposals. I would like to see the analysis that documents and substantiates that you need that much area of a 100-foot buffer zone cleared of the mature woody plant community due to shading consideration. What is that called? I'm sorry, there's a name for that.
Just
what is it, the
analysis.
photovoltaic analysis or something like that?
The shading analysis,
Shading
yeah,
analysis?
and it's gonna be site by site based on
right.
the terrain and other
right.
factors.
But that was not submitted for this
Sure.
proposal, and I believe it should be, because that, again, that's the square footage of the resource area that we are charged with protecting, and you definitely are going to alter it, plus you are going to need to continue being able to engage in certain alterations in order to maintain that, as I said, dissuade the mature woody vegetation and probably just try to cultivate low shrubs or something in there.
Have you contacted the other boards in Rowley, zoning and any of that?
We filed with the planning board, site plan review with respect to the site.
Did they get back to you? Or?
Our hearing with the planning board is July 13th.
Yeah, they've asked for comments from us.
Okay.
In conjunction with Brent's question, do you practice chemical suppression on other sites to keep trees from growing up? Spraying?
That I can't answer.
No, and I think that that's something we'll work with,
I'm gonna jump in here. Usually the vegetation management plan gets specifically into what type of woody stem vegetation they're dealing with, and because some of the trees they can cut and they're not gonna get stump growth. Other ones they are gonna cut and get stump growth. Those ones they may do a basal application, painting on a herbicide on it to dissuade the stump growth, and they might just leave the low-growing shrubs alone, thinking that the more those outcompete the trees or whatever, that they won't have to deal with so many trees.
I was thinking if the trees self-seeded that property for years, and as soon as you clear it, they're gonna come back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, which is why I'm requesting their vegetation management plan.
Okay, so you're meeting with them on the 13th, you say?
Yes,
Well, our next meeting is actually the day before that.
correct.
So do you people want to continue this after that, or do you wanna,
No, we would like to continue on,
on the day before your meeting with them?
yes.
Well, we can still, again, we've still got some stuff that we can
Oh, yeah.
accomplish, and I've just requested some information that they probably are not gonna take forever and ever to generate.
We're under a time,
Okay.
a serious time constraint with the state in terms of credits, tax credits, and just so the commission knows, if the project is not constructed and completed by the end of the year, then those tax credits will be lost. So we're in this fast and track.
No, I was just asking you to what,
Sure. Our intent is to do it simultaneously and provide as much communication back and forth. And then
Do you know if they've already submitted your materials, the planning board, to their technical review consultant?
I do not know that, and I was actually just gonna touch on that, to try to facilitate that process with them.
Well, and that could give you an opportunity to also lend your voice to the request for him to not just review the stormwater under the narrower constraints of the planning board review, but to expand it to the stormwater bylaw and wetlands protection act implications.
Sure.
This is to avoid, the commission could vote to require a third-party review, but but in situations that are not extremely sensitive, we've adopted the policy of trying to work with the planning board review so that you folks get two boards reviewed for one technical consultant, so to speak.
Appreciate that.
anything else on that?
I don't think so, but I definitely gotta get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty details, but requested a couple of things from them, plus tightening up of the plans and a better depiction of the stormwater basin. So we'll go from there.
Yes.
I will move to continue this to the next meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Yeah, if you just get us that stuff, and we'll try to rush along.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments and input.
Thank you for your thoughtful responses.
distribute to
like
all.
it in the way it is.
Right, so we're gonna,
Something that
we have some
makes
revisions anyway
I
for the next
mean, you
meeting.
can leave one. You have one right there, you can leave
But
them.
then-
Make it a little smaller.
Go by that one stall, the one stall.
I'd like to see what they always used to look like.
Go down Granite Road, so.
There's the turn.
This is gonna benefit roads. They're not ugly.
I'd rather look at that than.
Houses. Judy, you talking about the cameras inside?
Yeah.
This is one, they have a contract with you. We will print out two sets. That's a basic camera.
You're just like to see
Man,
what
a
the
whole
whole
row
of these
of
farms
whole
looks
row.
like.
Drive down Rabbit Road.
Be sure if you go on, if you just Google these things, you can get images all over. There you go.
Yeah, that corner.
Okay.
Not always the case.
They're really not that bad looking compared to what's west.
I would rather see trees.
Well, hey, who owns that?
Thank you.
Before you come to the land and file,
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's get this going.
Yeah, let's get this going, wrap this thing up. So has he sold it?
9:45, here we are at 11. New request, civic compliance, 63-203, 62 Prospect Street, map 15, parcel 73, lot 2, Jerry and Wendy Hubby.
No, this property borders on Ipswich, and so these folks contacted me early in the week because they had a closing. Oh, what was their closing? Their closing was a little while ago, which is one of the reasons why I produced a memo on June 9th, because their attorney said that would be helpful if they had something. I told them that until the commission met, I couldn't have you folks vote on the issuance of certificate of compliance, but there are no ongoing conditions because the commission at the time made a mistake and tried to confer a 25-foot no-cut, no-disturbance area within the municipality of Ipswich, for which they have no jurisdictional authority. It's only the outer portions of the 100-foot buffer zone that extend into the rear yard of this residence, and I can tell you that since it was constructed in 1997, that the lawn is very well vegetated. There's no bare dirt, and there weren't any other real requirements at that point in time. Yeah, this is down the end of the road past the Pagula's residence.
All right, so you've been down there, and obviously it's.
And my recommendation is that the commission consider issuing a complete certificate of compliance for 63-203.
Do we have a motion to that extent? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you for your vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who moved that?
Oh, that's Steve.
Oh,
Judy second.
thank you.
This place.
Want me to jump to the 9:55?
Oh, actually, wait, hold on.
No,
There's a definite benefit
no.
being last in the document. This is long.
Oh, my last this one, yeah.
It goes quick.
Yeah.
Well, you had two of the same, basically.
Okay, so what's the next one?
Next one is.
190 Main Street?
No,
No.
524 Newburyport Turnpike.
Okay. So So 524 Newburyport Turnpike, which we were just discussing, Agawam fence location.
That Sagawam fence, I've been down there, yes, I've seen that.
So my recommendation is for the issuance of a partial certificate of compliance. They're requesting this because they want to have the sale of the property. And this will give them a much more finite and definitive.
Why partial?
Well, partial is when they have done most of the substantial work, i.e. they removed the chain link fence that had been installed without a permit. They recreated the double row of plantings that the determination in 1998 or 97 required. They removed the gravel fill for that parking material storage area that they had behind the chain link fence. Got that out of what is supposed to be. They restored the no cut, no disturbance zone. They removed all the bittersweet, multiflora rose, honeysuckle in there. Back even further, we found dumped concrete debris at the edge of the wetlands. They removed all that. So, in terms of their project, they have done the removal of all the debris, chain link fence, and the fill for material storage that was in the buffer zone. They have done all the restoration plantings. So what they have remaining to do is the monitoring and the invasive species control for 2 growing seasons. And they have entered into a contract with DeRosa Environmental, who was their wetlands consultant. So we have testimony that they have a contract. So DeRosa has already been retained to perform the monitoring and maintenance and hand pulling of whatever invasives start sprouting in there. They put the no cut, no disturbance posts on with the signage on them. They also, the potential new owner, because they haven't actually had the transaction yet. Our orders of conditions require an affidavit from the new buyer of the property to make sure that they are well advised that there's regulated wetland resource areas, and in this case, that there's a no cut, no disturbance zone. So we came into the office today and prepared and signed the affidavit, and I notarized it, that they know all about the plans, where the wetlands are, and the restrictions that go along with them. So my recommendation is for the consideration of the issuance of this partial certificate of compliance. There are ongoing conditions. They are 32, 33, 57, 58, 59, and 60. Mostly relating to no cut, no disturbance zone, maintaining the size of the boundaries, restricting pesticides and herbicides use in the undisturbed, unaltered buffer zone area.
And that passes on.
And maintaining the boundary posts on the other side of the property that mark where their property line is adjacent to the 5.
But that all goes to the new owner.
Yes.
Yes.
Gets notified.
He gets
Do I hear
notified.
such a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just 'cause it's late.
I did.
Thank you.
I'll catch you early else.
They've been very good up, in all of this. They've been very responsive. They've produced the plan and stuff.
Yeah, there.
I'm
looking for that.
I wish all permit holders were
Conscientious?
Although the real estate sale, I'm sure was.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works.
That brings us to 10 o'clock.
That must be 190?
That is 190.
Okay, inspection today verified that in fact the no cut, no disturbance post had been sunk an appropriate distance into the ground to allow them to pass the conservation agent stress test.
With this dry weather, that came in so good.
Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. That's right downtown.
Doing well, all the erosion control has been removed and stuff. So unless there are any other concerns or issues, I recommend consideration of a complete certificate of compliance. There are ongoing conditions. 6162, which has to do with maintaining his gutters, downspouts, and his subsurface infiltrator. 68 and 69, which restrict fertilizers and pesticide and herbicide use. 70, 71, and 72, which are the restriction for the no cut, no disturbance zone, and requiring the posts and the post and railing fence.
Do I hear so motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Do it fast, real quick.
Anything against that post?
Status permits enforcements?
Yeah.
I looked at what the was.
So in your pile of stuff that I passed around earlier, I'll wait for. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
So I believe I passed out a copy of an enforcement order that I'm going to talk to you. This is for 121. So this is Miss Hubbard's seasonal camp out on Patmos Road that she's upgrading, and the project was amended because it involves, when you're on Patmos Road, you have the high point where the road is, and then it slopes down, goes into the marsh, and her seasonal camp, which she's turning into a year-round residence, is on one of these hummocks that is almost pincered off by
literally
the salt marsh, or actually I think some of this is freshwater wetlands too here. But so she had this gravel walkway, which the contractor informed her was not adequate for them getting the tight tank over here and getting the construction materials for their redoing the interior and remodeling of the building. So the proposal was they were going to use a couple of steel rails, make a bridge to go across this choke point, because that's basically all no cut, no disturbance buffer zone part of the salt marsh and vegetated wetlands. And they were going to put a wooden ramp, build a wooden ramp to make the width. They needed a 7-foot width, I believe it was, for the Bobcat to go down. Right. Well, now I had inspected the property, inspected the erosion control. They discussed it with me. We had all marked out where the bridge was going to go. So the bridge got put in, but instead of using wooden ramps going to it or something else, they dumped gravel fill. Stone, gravel, stone dust, bent pack, yeah. No erosion control, no discussion with the office about dumping the fill, which is, it's a violation of.
Didn't even dump it neatly.
Yeah, it's a violation of a number of things. The least is which is that it's coastal land subject to storm flowage, and it's, you know, in some cases it's the no cut, no disturbance area, and you can see from my pictures that it's hemorrhaging. There's no defined borders. They didn't use erosion control, spreading out all over the place. So I contacted them the end of last week when I discovered it, because I was out looking at that black pipe or whatever. So the question before the board tonight is, this is definitely a violation. This is a violation of the order of conditions. This is unpermitted, the placement of unpermitted fill. in ACEC too, of all things. There was also issues with the fact there was a dumpster out there that was parked over in the wooded area over here, that had materials all stacked outside of it. It was full to the brim. My understanding to the contractor has told me that has gone. There was the Bobcat, which was supposed to be restricted to just being parked on the gravel area. When I stopped by there at 2 something in the afternoon, it was parked over on the bare dirt. The contractor's van was parked here. There was no one there. It was all open in a closed truck that was full of equipment. And 2 4 or 5 gallon diesel gas cans were sitting on the bare ground off to the side. So the fuel wasn't appropriately stored.
Is all the work done yet?
So I called them up. No, it's finishing up. So I called up, and the firm doing the work is Scanlon Construction, Sean Scanlon out of South Hamilton. And I called them up, and after leaving a notice with Ms. Hubbard, who never called me back, never communicated with me at all. And he tried to give me some excuse about, putting fill there, and I said, there's absolutely no way I approved that. And Chairman Page even knew that it would be a really cold day when I tell someone to use fill and not use erosion control with it, no matter how short a time it was going to be there. So he said, oh, that's going to be gone in 2 weeks. And I said, well, send me a communication, let me know. I said, this still is contrary to the issued order of conditions. It's still a violation. I haven't heard boo from him.
Did he say why they didn't do what was in the?
Because it needed to support.
This would be the cheaper way, probably.
I'm sure, but he was
Needed
cheap
to
now.
support and provide traction to the Bobcat going down there, I guess.
If he had a tracked one, he probably could have got away with half of that if he had the wheels on. So.
Well, but you have to remember the other thing here, there are things called swamp mats that you can put down and then pick right up. And you can put them down and leave them in place for eons and drive over them. And they're much less damaging to the ground than erodible fill. So I'm suggesting, and really my only question to the board is, I have prepared an enforcement order for the contractor since they did it. And so the real question is, whether you want to cite them both. My professional opinion is that they both should be cited. And it would be for the placement of 500 square feet of fill, gravel sand mix, in the buffer zone to salt marsh, 310 CMR 10.02, that's for buffer zones, and inland subject to coastal storm flowage, which is 310 CMR 10.32, and the ACEC Great Marsh. Failure to install effective erosion controls as per the order of conditions. And then the next page, so we have the violation of the issued order 63-594, which was amended October 15th, 2015. Conditions number 19, 45, 49, 54, 59, and 66 are all being violated and not complied with. And they're directed to restore the resource area alterations resulting from the said activity that they're being cited for.
Which is a very expensive activity.
And to file a restoration plan with the issuing authority on or before August 2nd, which that is time for our first meeting in August. And recommending that the requirement be removal of the placed fill and a restoration plan prepared by a qualified wetland scientist to restore impacted buffer zone to salt marsh. And the property owner shall take the following action: immediately install erosion controls along the placed fill to prevent further spread of sediments. The property owner shall submit a letter stating intent to comply by July 12th and attend the Conservation Commission hearing that evening at a time to be announced.
Motion to accept that? Or does anybody want to discuss it any further?
Or does anyone think that we shouldn't cite
the property owner and the contractor.
So
Well,
right now,
we're not
you
actually citing them right now, we're saying, look, if you don't
No,
do
we're
this.
sending them an enforcement order.
Yeah, but you're not sending them a fine yet. You're sending
No,
them
no,
a
no,
permit.
that's why I just said citing.
they're both the
I didn't
same.
say fining.
They're both the same, or?
They're both the same.
Exactly.
In her defense, I don't know anything on this, but the only thing I would say, having just met her once or twice before, she's not living there, she's living someplace else, so she may or may not have known this had happened. The contractor may have said, well, I can save myself a couple of grand to do this.
But I guess is Brent,
The
is your?
property owner, under the Commonwealth of
is
Massachusetts, the
one that
property
may-
owner is ultimately responsible, which.
But she
is-
didn't respond to Brent.
No, but she
No,
might be
but
away.
she got the contractor to call.
Oh, she did, okay, so she did.
Yeah. But I do agree with the agent that we should notify
We
him.
really should cite them both.
Yeah, I think
You know, again, because they really, one did the activity, and whether the property owner either knew about it or was minimally should have been aware about it and knew that there was an issued permit and should have, you know, had the guy follow the direction of the permit. The permit clearly says that if you're gonna deviate from the plan, you need to contact the office.
He even tried to say he did.
I have, again, you know, I'm big with the camera, and that isn't always a crutch, but the camera tells me that I went out to that site, inspected the erosion control in September, and there was none of this and no discussion about dumping anything out there. It was, we were all talking about the wooden ramps being put in.
by citing both, is there any difference? In other words, if you were to only cite, say, the contractor, what are the legal implications about only citing one? Just for my own
They're
information.
gonna have to clean it up and put it back.
Either way, if you just cite.
Well, like I said, the property
more for
owner,
information.
the property owner is legally responsible.
I work.
But in defense of the property owner,
You're-
if the property owner, in this case where she's not residing
ignorant of-
in the camp while it's being renovated, may not have even been aware of these actions. And actually, we have precedent for this. We cited a town department and we cited a tree service company for that's right, ignoring and violating us.
I'm just trying to understand why, just to add to the knowledge that I
A
don't have.
case can be made that both parties are
Yeah.
complicit in this.
Mutually responsible.
Do I hear a motion to send a
Issue both of them.
issue vote?
Issue both,
Yeah.
so moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So they're instructed to attend the next meeting.
At least, yes.
Specifically, the property owner, I believe the property owner directs the contractor as to what to do, so. Certainly, the contractor can come also. Actually, we can't make anybody attend the hearing,
Yeah.
technically.
Yeah, right.
We can't fine them for not attending the
But
hearing.
you're requesting that they.
If they, you know, some people will come right in and say, oh, my gosh, you know, okay, not even wait till the hearing, and,
Well, that's kind of why this has gotten to this state. I mean, to be quite honest with you, I was really concerned that I only heard from the contractor. And then when I asked him to email me and give me the assurance that the erosion control was gonna be installed and that the fill was gonna be out of there in 2 weeks, he's had 3 working days to do that, and there's not been a peep. Not that I'm trying to, you know, be, what am I saying? Not that I'm trying to penalize either party. I think both parties are actively involved in this violation.
You think they didn't wanna dig into the soil?
Well,
All they had to do was
I don't
extend
know why
it.
in the world they just couldn't have gotten the
in
maps.
September, it was down there, everything was in the, well, why wouldn't they do it in January? That's what we do all the soft stuff.
Really?
I don't know how long this stuff has been. For all I know, this has been since October of last year.
Right? Certainly looks like it.
No, you,
I mean,
Oh,
most of the
yeah,
time, most of the
yeah.
time I don't go, you know, a small distinct project like that, most of the time I just don't go back there unless there's.
well, you were only down here, 'cause I was asking you about the hose there.
Well, yeah, and actually, that was one of the reasons I was going over the site. I was gonna see if someone was there, and I was gonna go look for the end of the hose, for the water supply line.
No, it's one that was, we talked about several months ago.
I remember the hose.
So in the desire to end this meeting on a positive note, in regards to the status of permits and enforcement, Mr. Carpeno at 917 Rear Havel Street has completed the construction of his swale or whatever sleeve it and is watering it.
That was the.
So he had a, we had a due date for him of June 30th. So he exceeded that by getting it all completed by June 15th.
Seems like a very nice.
And as soon as we get the grass to germinate out there, he'll technically be all done.
Is that it?
That is
Yeah,
it.
Hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Which is,
We are adjourned. So we need to seek
representative to, first, what is the first one is
Community Preservation Committee
yep,
and also the Open Space.
Open Space Committee. And then reorganize, okay.
Sorry for that. I believe Commissioner Turner was interested in being reappointed to the
I think that's an excellent choice.
CPC committee as representative of the commission.
Do it for someone else to like the job.
No, I think, I've met with you guys, and I like the way it was run, and you did an excellent job, if you don't mind it.
Just time things for me, because I'm secretary of the committee.
No, you serve on it too, Sam. Just go.
Only a few times.
So,
Or to
everybody,
audience member from time.
anybody want to second that? I think that Kurt would be good, excellent, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Open space. Who is on the, that's right.
Yeah, I've been having a little problem getting to some of their meetings lately because
Anything
during
in-
the summertime. And I'm usually gone, I'm out of town by Thursday, and I'm just having trouble getting this. I mean, it's not a problem.
How often do you guys meet?
We've been meeting probably, once every 3 or 4 weeks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But it's been quite regular, and I'm just having a problem.
Right.
Even they got
just-
another one coming up next week.
Just because of trying to work
This
on
week.
getting the open space plan updated
I
or
just-
whatever.
How long are the meetings?
They're short, they're only from 6:30, it's just that I've got, it
Hour,
started
hour
at
and a half.
6:30, which is, for me, a little bit of a problem, this is actually easier because it's starting
Would-
later, but, I mean, I wanna be on that committee, it's just that during the summer, it gets harder for me to attend. all
Would
the
you
meetings.
rather have a rotating thing?
Um,
See if somebody wanted to step in,
Whatever.
when you couldn't make it?
I
Do you
mean,
feel as though
that's
you
fine.
should be there?
I don't think, I think they like having somebody there. I mean, Brent's there, so, I mean, we got somebody who
Okay, so
is
there's always gonna
feeding
be
back, but I enjoy the meetings and I enjoy the topics. I'm just saying, in fact, I fed back to them, guys, I got a problem. If your meetings are on Thursday and even Wednesday nights during the summer is almost a no-go for me.
They got maybe 2 more this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem, I'm just telling you the fact, guys, I
But you-
can't,
you
I feel
got
like I'm
one.
not doing my job fully, because I'd like to make sure
I mean,
I
we
go
went
to
a couple of
meetings.
years without an open space committee at all.
As long as they're not getting upset, I mean, I'll be back once the fall starts.
So you'd like to.
I'd like to stay on it, I'm just saying I've had some problems getting to meetings, that's all I'm saying.
Anybody else have any comment on that?
I move to reappoint.
Third?
Done deal.
Okay. I didn't know you guys were meeting that often, but
They
yeah.
were, they've been meeting a lot. Because they had, they wanted to present to the selectmen.
Well, we're trying to get that finishing touches on the open space plan, working with the consultants, Sue Moses and Nellie Aikenhead.
I assume you can provide some input on the side through Brent, reading drafts and things like that.
Brett, what were we talking the other day? I said we ought to include the open space, on signage. All right, then, to reorganize the offices of the Conservation Committee. I'll speak at once.
You've been doing a
Are
great
you
job
happy
as
with
chair.
I actually have enjoyed it. I didn't think I was going to. But I do have the advantage of, a lot of times I can come down on a minute's notice and actually I've enjoyed working with Brent quite a bit. I thought we'd be adversaries, but it turns out that. Well, that's how we met several times.
Oh,
In my job.
In your previous life?
Yeah, in my job.
You had to cut his, set his tires.
Yeah, well.
Little things like that.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I don't mind.
No, we don't see any reason why not.
I move the same slate.
Thank you.
Anyone got a
Second.
Yeah. Aye.
Aye.
How come you haven't grabbed the cookie time? I
You did.
Oh, you did?
So this is both Kurt as
Yes,
vice
vice
chair?
chair, yeah,
Okay.
definitely. I like his little inputs. He thinks of things I don't think of. I just gotta get Sam to talk more.
So we're going to do this based on a year appointment. We'll try to be consistent in this. Brent really gets a secretary, that'll help. Brent will be more consistent.
The selectmen have always appointed
The individuals.
us for 3 years, I think.
What, on serving on the CPC committee?
Well, you came up this year, didn't you? Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
To
for the-
ConCom, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's for 3 years.
Yeah, as a conservation commissioner,
But
yeah.
not the
it's-
officers.
It's a 3-year, but I don't think not representative.
I've only been here 2 years.
I think they just do it on an annual basis.
I don't think, was mine a 3-year appointment?
I think so.
Was it? I thought mine was a short.
Well, unless you were serving out the end of
Oh, no,
somebody
he might
else's.
have, yes, he
Maybe
might
he
have.
I
took
was serving out the
Doug's.
end.
Yeah, you took Doug's.
So I'm just wondering, do I gotta get
I don't know, whatever it says.
They'll
on the
let you
list.
know.
Yeah, nobody's knocking on my door.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
What happened to the kiosk
I
construction?
move again. What?
Service project, is that something that can be postponed till next meeting?
Well, actually, it's going to be, it was mostly just to give you a heads up that there was a real live Boy Scout who needed a service project, who is amenable to the construction and installation of the kiosk. And just to kind of prepare you for, at some point in time, he'll come in. I anticipate he's gonna come in and do a presentation. We'll probably go to the selectmen because we'll be talking about putting a kiosk on the end of Smith Lane just before the YMCA camp. At least that's where I think.
And Brent's got the camera up on the other kiosk.
We're adjourned, right?
think they just do it on an annual basis.
I don't think, was mine a 3-year appointment?
I think so.
Was it? I thought mine was a short.
Well, unless you were serving out the end of
Oh, no,
somebody
he might have,
else's.
yes,
Maybe
he might.
he
I
took
was serving out the
Doug's.
end.
Yeah, you took Doug's.
So I'm just wondering, do I gotta get
I don't know, whatever it says
They'll
on the
let you
listing.
know.
Yeah, nobody's knocking on my door.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
What happened to the kiosk
I
construction?
move again. What?
So, service project, is that something that can be postponed till next meeting?
Well, actually, it's going to be, it was mostly just to give you a heads up that there was a real live Boy Scout who needed a service project, who is amenable to the construction and installation of the kiosk, and just to kind of prepare you for, at some point in time, he'll come in. I anticipate he's gonna come in and do a presentation. We'll probably go to the selectmen because we'll be talking about putting a kiosk on the end of Smith Lane just before the YMCA camp. At least that's where I think.
And Brent's gonna be